Chapter 30-31. His current strength had reached the middle hierarch realm and his control over the Skyfrost sword had reached an extremely high level. He was like a completely different person now. Although Ying Lu had taken over his body, he had also left behind a precious treasure for Xueqi. As long as Xueqi could suppress Ying Lu's soul forever, Xueqi would be able to benefit greatly from the Skyfrost sword. Your sword is not bad, but it's a pity that you're still not my match. Xueqi Kanglin went straight for the broken sword. But at that moment, he was once again forced back by the 8 trigram sacrificial altar. That was an ocean-like force that bounced both of them back. Xueqi also quickly retreated as he did not expect to be hit by the 8 trigram sacrificial altar. He and Xueqi Kanglin retreated after one strike. Both of them were evenly matched. No one was able to gain the upper hand. This 8 trigram sacrificial altar itself is a forbidden formation. How can the sacrificial altar set up by the Northern Liang ancient emperor be taken lightly? Lan Luo sneered. It was ridiculous that both Xueqi Kanglin and Xueqi wanted to take the broken sword. There's something wrong with this sacrificial altar. Retreat! Jiang Qin shouted. Xueqi quickly retreated while Xueqi Kanglin did not rush forward recklessly. As expected, a terrifying sword rain fell from the sky. The blood-red sword light pierced through the heavens and earth. If the two of them did not dodge in time, they would have been killed by the sword rain even with their strength. Xueqi felt like he had just survived a disaster. That's Sword of Solitude? After the sword rain, Jiang Chen saw an ancient parchment scroll under the 9 regions ancient emperor. There were 4 ancient characters written on it that only existed in the 9 regions immortal world. He was shocked. It's really him. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Sword of Solitude was created by the 9 regions ancient emperor. Jiang Chen finally understood why his Sword of Solitude was so compatible with the Sword of Solitude. It was because their solitude came from the same place, the immortal world of the 9 prefectures. Jiang Chen's Sword of Solitude was able to command the heavenly guards of the Dragon Knights in the tomb of the martial monarchs. Just at this moment, the rain of swords came to an end. Rocks fell from the surrounding stone walls, and blood-colored inscriptions appeared, filled with endless sorrow. That's the great emperor's diary. Bing Yun looked at the words and exclaimed. Time flowed by, spanning from the past to the present. I became the emperor for countless years, defeating the Northern Liang imperial monarch, sweeping through the lands without a single opponent. I stopped the war in the central prefecture. The heavens moved, the earth mourned. Only then did I realize that I was a frog in a well, with no cultivation. Even if the light of the great Tao swallowed the universe, it could not allow the 9 fairies to kill all the emperors of the ages. Their might could not cover the Tao of the heavens. Feng Xingzhan could understand the Tao, but it was an extraordinary Tao. My Tao is to take from those who have too much and make up for those who have not. Thus, I walked in the sky, killing to prove my Tao. My sword was broken, and my heart died. I killed all the ancients, and was defeated by Zhou Shan. My sword was broken, and my heart died. I killed all the ancients, and was defeated by Zhou Shan. Jiang Chen murmured. It was so tragic, so powerful, but also so lonely. The life of this great emperor could be said to be extremely exciting. He fought with people, with the heavens, with the earth, and it was amazing. The immortal slaying sword was broken. How lamentable. Lan Luo said in a low voice, shaking his head and sighing. It's the immortal slaying great emperor. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely serious. The immortal slaying sword was the life-divine weapon of the immortal slaying great emperor. Was that sword really the immortal slaying sword? The sword was broken, and his heart died. It must be the immortal slaying great emperor. You know of the immortal slaying great emperor? Lan Luo also did not expect Jiang Chen to know of the immortal slaying great emperor. The history of the immortal slaying great emperor's era was almost erased. No one knew of the existence of the immortal slaying great emperor. Even they only knew about it because their clans had existed for too long. They knew that the tomb of the great emperor was opened every billions of years, when his seal was at its weakest. However, Jiang Chen actually knew of this great emperor. How could Lan Luo not be shocked? Because he and I came from the same place. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. Perhaps he had climbed up the social ladder, but the immortal slaying great emperor was indeed a great emperor that he deeply respected. There were countless legends about the immortal slaying great emperor in the 9 regions immortal world. Who would have thought that the immortal slaying great emperor who came from the 9 regions immortal world would be even more terrifying, becoming such a terrifying existence in the divine world. The might of the immortal slaying great emperor was world-shaking. Even though billions of years had passed, his aura still remained. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in shock. What he said was really shocking. However, since he came from the same place, could it be that Jiang Chen and the immortal slaying great emperor were related? Not only Shenyuan Kanglin and Lan Luo, even Xueqi thought so. However, it was not the case. Jiang Chen and the immortal slaying great emperor both came from the 9 regions immortal world. However, the only thing that they had in common was the Sword of Solitude. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen had always been troubled. Only he could comprehend the Sword of Solitude. All along, Jiang Chen thought that the immortal slaying great emperor might be an expert from the 9 regions immortal world. However, he never thought that it was the immortal slaying great emperor. No wonder the immortal slaying sword could resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. Only a powerful divine weapon like the immortal slaying sword could resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. However, the immortal slaying sword was already broken at this moment. Then, do you know how to activate the 8 trigrams altar? Lan Luo looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head. He did not have any connection with the immortal slaying great emperor. This 8 trigrams altar was quite strange. Even he did not know about it. In the middle of the 8 trigrams altar, the black altar would occasionally turn pitch black, and occasionally turn scarlet. The 8 trigrams altar, the immortal slaying great emperor wants to kill everyone. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His expression changed. The 8 trigrams altar corresponded to the 5 elements of heaven and earth, while the universal 8 desolation formation corresponded to the heaven, earth, human, gods, ghosts and spirits. The universal 8 desolation formation was a gathering formation, while the 8 trigrams altar was a sealing formation. From the beginning to the end, the universal 8 desolation formation was not broken. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally felt the endless killing intent in the last layer of the tomb. What? How is this possible? Xueqi's face was full of shock, and his body trembled. Everyone looked at the person who was holding the sword. At this moment, the immortal slaying sword was blooming with blood light. The finger of the person in the 8 trigram sacrificial altar actually moved slightly at this moment. However, no one noticed that the back of the person, who was as tall and majestic as a mountain, was holding the broken sword in his hand like an eternal lion. The bloodlight continued to rise like mist, but Jiang Chen's prediction came true. They felt that the surrounding space seemed to be shrinking rapidly, and the sense of danger was born. Jiang Chen also felt suffocated in the space of despair. This is not the tomb of the great emperor. This is obviously a peerless killing formation. Chapter 30-32. The Universal 8 Directions Formation and the 8 Trigrams Altar formed a terrifying life and death formation. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The 8 Trigrams Altar was formless, while the 6 Directions Formation was tangible. The 8 Trigrams Altar was the core of the formation. This formation has formed its own space and has completely sealed us in the Universal 8 Directions Formation. The Immortal Execution Great Emperor is really ruthless. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, but the terrifying power was already closing in on them. The invisible pressure was terrifying. Even Jiang Chen, who was well versed in the formation Tao, could not continue. If the 8 Trigrams Altar was a formation, then it was a formation. If it was an altar, then it was an altar. It was not easy to break it. Moreover, the Universal 8 Directions Formation was not something that he could break. Jiang Chen knew about the formation, but it was as easy as ascending to the heavens for him to break it. On the 8 Trigrams Altar, streams of blood flowed out from the altar and spread in all directions. The blood flow was extremely strange, flowing out from each of the 8 altars. It was like 8 soul-locking bloodlines, causing one's breath to stop. Does the Immortal Execution Great Emperor want to trap and kill us all here? I thought that this would be a journey of fortune, but I didn't expect that I would be trapped in it. Fate really makes a fool out of us. Ha! Lan Luo smiled bitterly and shook her head. Facing this hopeless situation, her face was filled with despair, because their soul power seemed to have been sealed and suppressed. Moreover, the divine origin power in their bodies was disappearing bit by bit. The blood flowing out from the altars made them feel that death was approaching. My soul power seems to be restricted. Qian Renji's face became extremely ugly. Her soul was restricted, which meant that her throat was being strangled. Everyone looked at each other, except for Jiang Chen. The soul of an Emperor Realm expert was not that easy to be restricted. Although this was a peerless killing formation left by the immortal execution Great Emperor, it was not without loopholes. At least, the soul of an Emperor Realm expert could not be restricted at all. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to escape this Universal 8 Desolation formation now, Xueqi said. None of them dared to act rashly, but the blood flowing out of the altar had already gathered towards them. Let me see if I can break the formation, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Right now, the only way was to break the Universal 8 Desolation array. However, breaking the array was not an easy task. The 8 trigrams altar was there, intertwined with the Universal Octaterra formation. It was very likely that it would activate the altar. Jiang Chen had an ominous premonition. If the Universal Octaterra formation was destroyed, or if the altar was activated, then the figure sitting on the stone platform, which was the Immortal Slayer Emperor, would very likely stand up and start a massacre. Although that person had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the means of a great emperor couldn't be measured with common sense. At this moment, Xueqi Kanglin was the only one who remained silent and looked at Jiang Chen silently. He was like a cunning eagle that was vigilant against his surroundings at all times. Jiang Chen held a corner of the No Beginning formation and began to search for ways to break the Universal 8 Desolation formation. Although his spiritual energy wasn't weakened or restricted, the consumption of his spiritual energy was extremely exaggerated. His spiritual energy was devouring the Universal 8 Desolation formation continuously, but he still couldn't find anything. Although the Universal 8 Desolation formation wasn't the best formation, it wasn't far from it. Most importantly, the person who set up the formation would determine the strength of the formation. A Heavenly God Realm formation master might not be able to break through the formation that was set up by a great emperor. This was the reason why the formation was set up casually by a great emperor. Since we can't break the formation, let's end it here. At this moment, Xueqi Kanglin pointed his sword at Jiang Chen. No one would have thought that this fellow was not afraid of death. In his eyes, only a battle could satisfy him. He's a madman. Bing Yun and Qian Renji looked at Xueqi Kanglin in disbelief. Their lives were in danger now, but this fella's eyes were still filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen had already expected Xueqi Kanglin's battle intent. He was not surprised that Xueqi Kanglin wanted to fight him. After losing to him twice, Xueqi Kanglin's obsession was more important than anything else. Just like Xueqi, even though he was close to Jiang Chen, he still had the obsession to defeat Jiang Chen. An expert did not need a reason. Only by defeating the experts and the obsession in their heart could they reach the peak. The surrounding blood was getting thicker and thicker. That kind of silent fear was suffocating. Because no one knew what was going to happen in the next second. In the Universal 8 Desolation array, they kept retreating, trying to escape, but it was futile. The Universal 8 Directions 8 Desolation formation, and the 8 Trigrams altar could change at any time. Their soul strength was restricted, and their divine origin energy was constantly being compressed. The fear of losing their strength was truly despairing. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. I hope that you won't run away like a drowning dog. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You were just lucky earlier. Now, you won't have that chance again. Xueqi Kanglin's eyes turned solemn. A terrifying aura was released from his body. His strength was not restricted at all. To think that you're not restricted at all. Jiang Chen looked at Xueqi Kanglin in surprise. Aren't you the same? You don't have much time left. Dang! Xueqi Kanglin roared like a mad beast. His roar was deafening. Jiang Chen dared not to be careless because his opponent was Xueqi Kanglin, the one who was defeated by him twice. Undeniably, Xueqi Kanglin's talent was on par with Jiang Chen. Xueqi Kanglin's strength and talent were all based on his own strength. To be able to be discovered by the Xueqi clan of the Central Region Divine Land in the Linhe boundaries border, it was already the best recognition for his strength and talent. Jiang Chen had to be on guard. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen's strength was facing Xueqi Kanglin directly. His middle hierarch realm cultivation realm was not to be underestimated. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Each of their attacks was lethal. The thrill of flesh and blood colliding with each other made the spectators feel satisfied. Jiang Chen and Xueqi Kanglin fought barehanded. That kind of feeling of brushing past death made the spectators' blood boil. Shenyuan Kanglin's attacks were extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen's dragon-human body was much stronger than Shenyuan Kanglin's. Shenyuan Kanglin looked at Jiang Chen furiously. His grudge with Jiang Chen had reached a point where only one of them could survive. Hence, he only had one goal, to kill Jiang Chen. Both of them were not afraid of death. They would fight till the end. Whoever took a step back would be crushed by the other. Jiang Chen was not afraid even if he was facing Shenyuan Kanglin. However, Jiang Chen had to admit that Shenyuan Kanglin was too strong. Although the difference in cultivation realm was not the deciding factor, it still gave Jiang Chen a headache. Shenyuan Kanglin was also determined to fight to the death. Chapter 30-33. The two of them fought for a long time. Their punches and kicks could shatter the heavens and earth. "Let me help you," Xueqi said in a deep voice. As soon as he took action, he was forced back by Shenyuan Kanglin. Xueqi's soul power and divine origin energy were suppressed. At this moment, he was no longer a match for Shenyuan Kanglin in terms of strength. Xueqi felt a little depressed, but he could not change the fact. "Our strength is being suppressed. You don't have to blame yourself, brother Bai." Bing Yun comforted Xueqi. Xueqi could only smile bitterly. He initially wanted to help Jiang Chen. Although his situation was not that bad, Shenyuan Kanglin's attacks were too overbearing. Jiang Chen had fallen into a disadvantageous position to some extent. Since he did not have any effective counterattack, he could not change the fact that he was being suppressed even when he was charging towards Shenyuan Kanglin. "Two sick fellas." Lan Luo was shocked to see how Shenyuan Kanglin and Jiang Chen were able to fight to their heart's content. With their strength, the result would not be good no matter which one of them he fought. Moreover, Jiang Chen and Shenyuan Kanglin were still fine when the four of them had their soul and cultivation realm suppressed. This was the scariest part of it all. 3,000 Flame Heavenly Seal. Jiang Chen merged the 5 Elemental Divine Fire and the 3,000 Flame Heavenly Seal. The terrifying flame engulfed Shenyuan Kanglin, shattering mountain and splitting earth. Shenyuan Kanglin was extremely ferocious. He threw a punch and intertwined with Jiang Chen's seal. Both of them could not gain the upper hand. 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen unleashed one move after another. His terrifying technique forced Shenyuan Kanglin to retreat again. However, it was difficult for him to defeat Shenyuan Kanglin. Fallen Petals Profusion. Sword slash 10 directions. Shenyuan Kanglin finally could not hold it anymore. He raised his sword and attacked Jiang Chen again. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword in hand, why would Jiang Chen be afraid of Shenyuan Kanglin? Seeing the Heavenly Dragon Sword in Jiang Chen's hand, Shenyuan Kanglin coveted it even more. Sooner or later, he would take the Heavenly Dragon Sword from Jiang Chen. The Shenyuan clan was also famous for their swordsmanship, and the Shenyuan art was one of the strongest techniques in the world. Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate him. He raised his sword and the Sword of Solitude slashed at the heavens again. Shenyuan 9 slashes. Shenyuan Songlong's attack was filled with killing intent as he slashed the heavens with his sword. Unfortunately, his sword was incomparable to Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Sword. Jiang Chen's sword, coupled with the Sword of Solitude's sword intent, was on par with Shenyuan Kanglin's. "There's more and more blood." Lan Luo knitted his eyebrows tightly. A hint of worry could be seen in his charming eyes. However, no one could change the current situation. The four of them had actually been suppressed to the Divine King realm. To them, this was a fatal blow. "Looks like we can't break the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's peerless killing formation. Are we going to be killed here?" Xueqi was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen could not do anything else. It was almost impossible for them to change the situation. "Even if I die, I want to die beside you." Bingyun hugged Xueqi tightly and looked at him tenderly. Chen Renji could not help but sigh. Where was the person that she once loved? "Zi Qingtian, you bastard. Why don't you have the courage to stand together with me?" Shenyuan Kanglin pressed forward. His Shenyuan sword technique had reached perfection. His aura was much more terrifying than before. Even the dead Shenyuan Qi could not be compared to him. Because Shenyuan Kanglin was not just a human anymore. He had inherited the will of the Tao Tai. The heaven-devouring Tao Tai was one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It was a fearsome beast in the ancient times. The reason why Shen Yuan Kanglin could reach this stage was because he had merged with the Tao Tai. Moreover, Shen Yuan Kanglin's physique was not any weaker than Jiang Chen. I'll let you have a taste of my heavy sword technique. Jiang Chen, you will die in my hands one day. Shen Yuan Kanglin held the long sword in his hand and shouted. His sword rose into the sky and his aura was extremely heavy. Every strike of his sword had the power to suppress the void. The heavy sword technique was based on the word heavy. The invisible heavy sword carried a terrifying inertia. It was even stronger than Mount Tai. The heavy sword technique made Shen Yuan Kanglin invincible. Coupled with the Shen Yuan sword technique, Shen Yuan Kanglin was like a fish in water. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. He quickly retaliated with the limitless sword. It was not easy for the heavy sword technique to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword one after another. 7th sword technique, 8th sword technique, 9th sword technique. However, they were all blocked by Shen Yuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen's heavy sword technique pressed towards Shen Yuan Kanglin again. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with the unstoppable sword shadow. Jiang Chen was going to be defeated in the end. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Chen was unable to avoid the attack. The heavy sword technique came crashing down on him. He had no strength to defend himself and could only receive the attack. However, Jiang Chen did not want to show any weakness. He would not let Shen Yuan Kanglin have a good time. Soul Separation Soul. Jiang Chen seized the chance to unleash the Soul Separation Soul. At this moment, Shen Yuan Kanglin was hit by the attack. However, he did not suffer any serious injuries or even death. He managed to react in the shortest time possible and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Shen Yuan Kanglin's expression changed drastically. He stared at Jiang Chen. He had underestimated Jiang Chen. Because Shen Yuan Kanglin possessed an Emperor Realm soul. How could a Divine King Realm expert do that? Jiang Chen was ready to unleash the second departed soul extermination. However, he held it back in the end. If he were to forcefully unleash it, Shen Yuan Kanglin would be on guard against it. He might suffer from the backlash of the Emperor Realm soul. Jiang Chen was also shocked. Shen Yuan Kanglin had also reached the Emperor Realm soul realm. This fella's dreadfulness was beyond his expectation. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Shen Yuan Kanglin was able to fuse with the Tao Tai and fuse their souls into one, reaching the Emperor Realm soul realm. However, even though Jiang Chen was shocked, Shen Yuan Kanglin was even more shocked. It was like a fairy tale. Both of their eyes were filled with fear. Instantly, none of them continued to fight. Right at this moment, 8 pitch-black devilish figures appeared on the 8 pitch-black sacrificial altars. Every single devilish figure held the death god's scythe, and they were ghastly, terrifying, and imposing like a tiger. These demon shadows have reached the peak hierarch realm, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Among those demon shadows, there were 2 green eyes staring at them. This 8 trigrams altar, is it finally going to unleash its power? Lan Luo said. The 8 trigrams altar corresponds to 8 people. It should be diluting the divine origin energy and soul of 8 people. These 8 demon shadows are actually the demon shadows in our hearts. However, there are only 6 of us. How can there be 8 demon shadows? Bingyun looked at the 8 altars in confusion. There should be the 3rd elder and the fire Qilin. Chapter 30-34. These 8 demonic shadows are too powerful. We can't resist them at all, Chen Renji said with a frown. Even when they were at their peak, they still couldn't fight against them, let alone now. These 8 demonic shadows are formed by our soul and divine origin energy. Looks like they're our inner demons. Jiang Chen said. You guys can enjoy yourselves here. I'm not going to keep you company. You'll only be qualified to fight me if you can come out alive. Shen Yuan Kanglin smiled and slowly retreated. Under the gaze of Jiang Chen and the others, he retreated from the Universal 8 Directions formation. How did he? Bingyun covered her mouth in disbelief. Damn it. This fella. Could it be that the Universal 8 Directions formation can't trap him? Xueqi said. To be more precise, the heaven, earth, man, god, ghost, and demon formation can trap all the people and things within the 6 directions. However, he has jumped out of the 3 realms and is not within the 5 elements. This is because he has fused with the Taoyu's soul. Only the 9 sons of the dragon, this kind of heaven-defying divine beast, can do this. Out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements, the 9 sons of the dragon are heaven-defying creatures. They're considered as the evildoers left behind by the ancestral dragon emperor. That's why the 9 sons of the dragon were punished by the heavens and almost went extinct. Even the dragon clan could not escape from the 3 realms and 5 elements. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and looked at Shenyuan Kanglin Lang Lang. Undeniably, this fella is really lucky. You're smart, but it's useless. These 8 demonic shadows are formed by the inner demons. You guys are not their match. The universal 8 directions formation and the 8 trigrams altar are a perfect match. But it's a pity that it can't trap me. Shenyuan Kanglin roared. At this moment, his gaze fell upon the blood-colored sarcophagus in the deepest part of the palace. That might be the final location of the treasure. Out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements, Lon Luo murmured in a low voice. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. Since the ancient times, there were only a few divine beasts. Yet, that fellow managed to fuse with the soul of the Tao Tai. It could be said that he was lucky, but it was an undeniable fact. Although she had thought of countless ways to escape, it was all to no avail. The 8 demonic figures held the death god's scythe in their hands and stepped toward them step by step. Shenyuan Kanglin left the universal 8 desolation formation, leaving Jiang Chen and the others trapped inside. Danger lurked everywhere. 8 demonic figures followed one after another. Terrifying scythes sliced through the air, emitting a dark aura. Jiang Chen was fighting against 4 demonic shadows by himself. As for the other 4, each of them was fighting against a demonic shadow. However, it was still difficult for them to do anything. Their strength was greatly suppressed, and they were practically no match for the demonic shadows. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to fight against 4 demonic shadows. The demonic shadows were even more powerful than Shenyuan Kanglin. Most importantly, these demonic shadows were formed by their own soul and divine origin energy. Hence they might die in their own hands. Under such a dangerous situation, Jiang Chen could not turn the situation around by himself. The 4 of them exerted their full strength, but they were still injured by the demonic shadows. The situation was extremely grim. Shenyuan Kanglin retreated from the universal 8 directions formation without any fear. He was the only one left in the great sovereign's tomb. Wouldn't all the treasures belong to him? Shenyuan Kanglin stared at the blood-red sarcophagus in the deepest part of the tomb. The aura it emitted was terrifying. However, Shenyuan Kanglin still walked towards the sarcophagus. Ancient Sovereign's aura. On the blood-colored stone coffin, there were 4 bold and powerful words. Each word carried an incomparably majestic aura, and each word seemed to prove the vicissitudes of thousands of years. Open! Shenyuan Kanglin moved his palm and the sarcophagus flew away. Inside the sarcophagus, there was a person lying on the ground. On the person's body was a set of incomparably precious armor. Feather. Immortal Execution War Armor? Shenyuan Kanglin was surprised. He had investigated the Immortal Execution Great Emperor before he came here. Although he could not find anything from the outside, it was still recorded in the ancient records of the Shenyuan clan. Crimson Battle Armor, able to defend against thousands of soldiers and horses. Violet Cloud Feather, able to evade the peerless heavenly lightning. It's a treasure that even great sovereigns fear. Shenyuan Kanglin held the Immortal Execution War Armor tightly in his hand. Shenyuan Kanglin was extremely curious about the person lying in the sarcophagus. I would like to see the true face of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. Shenyuan Kanglin reached out his hand, but he was forced back by a sharp light. It was a cold-faced man holding a 9-foot green cherry spear. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. His aura was even more terrifying than Shenyuan Kanglin, especially those fearless eyes, giving off an unparalleled battle intent. He wore a spotless white robe. His face was cold and handsome, even more so than a woman. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His mouth was filled with arrogance and disdain. Put down the thing in your hand. The man holding the green cherry spear said faintly, as if the thing in Shenyuan Kanglin's hand already belonged to him. Such arrogance. You want to reap the benefits of the third party? You're not qualified to make me, Shenyuan Kanglin, surrender without a fight. You're too full of yourself. Shenyuan Kanglin said coldly. He wanted to snatch the Immortal Execution War Armor effortlessly. But he did not expect this fella to know about the existence of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. Then only death awaits you. The man holding the green cherry spear, Lang Lang said. The 9-foot spear radiance and the green cherry flashed. Shenyuan Kanglin felt the pressure. This fellow was not an ordinary person. Within the Universal 8 Directions formation, Jiang Chen and the others were forced into a desperate situation. The 4 of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. Jiang Chen was also being pressured by the demonic figures. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen helplessly tried to bring them into the Zulong Tower. Unfortunately, the Universal 8 Directions formation was the same as the space within the General's execution stage. The Universal 8 Directions formation was a shrunken space. Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower was completely ineffective here. Even he could not enter the Zulong Tower. Soul-seizing divine art. Soul extermination. Jiang Chen unleashed his final technique. The dreadfulness of a sovereign realm's soul was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the 7 devil shadows were all slashed by Jiang Chen and turned into nothingness. The 4 of them fell down on their butts, losing the dignity of an expert. What happened just now was a matter of life and death. It was a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen slashed the 7 demonic figures, but he could not slash his own. At this moment, he was extremely weak, even weaker than Xueqi and the others. At the last moment, Jiang Chen slashed the 7 demonic figures and consumed a lot of his soul energy. Facing the last demonic figure, Jiang Chen and the others could not withstand it. Moreover, Jiang Chen could feel that the last demonic figure was his own demonic figure. As the Tao rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10. Although Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul was diluted, the 8 trigram sacrificial altar had created his own inner demon. I, Jiang Chen, have been unstoppable all my life. I have risen to the sky and walked on the sky. I have no inner demon. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning like torches and he kept roaring in his heart. He stared at the terrifying demonic figure that was approaching him step by step. I walk on the sky and walk on my own path. Where is the inner demon? Jiang Chen closed his eyes. At the moment when the sickle of death in the hand of the inner demon figure slashed down, he turned into a blade of quicksand and dissipated in the void. Walking on the sky? Ha ha ha. What I am looking for is someone like you. I did not expect that you are also from the 9 states immortal world. It seems that my inheritance will not be extinguished just like this. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the back of the figure in the 8 trigram sacrificial altar. However, the voice came from all directions and finally echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 30-35. You don't have to look for me. I've already been annihilated. The person talking to you is just a remnant of my will. You're the only one who can hear me. The source of the voice came from the back of that figure. You're the ancient emperor of the 9 provinces? The great emperor immortal slayer? Jiang Chen asked in shock. He did not expect the voice to belong to the great emperor immortal slayer. It was simple, leisurely, and had a hint of dominance and arrogance. That's right. My immortal slayer sword is broken, but my inheritance is still there. I didn't waste my efforts to find someone like you to inherit my legacy. The immortal slayer martial emperor said with a hint of relief. So the 8 trigrams altar and the 6 directions 8 wastelands formation are not supreme killing formations, but tools for you to find your successor? Jiang Chen finally understood the reason behind it. In fact, the Heart Devil Shadow was left behind by the immortal execution Great Sovereign in order to find his successor. It wasn't a true killing formation. Of course, it couldn't escape from the Heart Devil Shadow. As such, to the immortal execution Great Sovereign who had killed countless people and cut down the heavens and earth, he deserved to die. That's right. If you can't get my inheritance, so what if you die? The great Emperor Immortal Slayer's cold voice made Jiang Chen sigh. The great Emperor Immortal Slayer was too cold. In his eyes, the weak had no right to speak except for life and death. Yu Zongheng had never met a match in his life, but he was not as good as the 9 heavens. I thought that an era had passed and my inheritance was no longer karmic, but in the end, I managed to wait for it. Ha ha ha. I believe that when the broken sword is reforged and the night returns, the disciple of the immortal Slayer King will bring my glory back to the divine world. What a pity, what a pity. Your strength is still too weak. A little brat who hasn't even reached the immortal emperor realm. I wonder if you will be able to inherit my legacy. However, this might be the only choice I have. The great Emperor Immortal Slayer's sigh echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, Although he was very strong, he was just a drop in the ocean in the eyes of a real expert. It would be easy for them to kill him. He had a long way to go on the path of cultivation. A 9th-grade Emperor Heavenly King can create a divine being with a thought. I don't know how long it will take to reach the Emperor Realm, but since you have an Emperor Realm soul, you should not disappoint me. Once again, Jiang Chen heard these words. A 9th-grade Sovereign King conferred the title of Heavenly King. A single thought can create a god. But he didn't know the meaning of this sentence. The first time he heard it was from Zhuang Zhouzi the Nanhua Immortal. He only knew that this sentence was closely related to cultivation. Senior Immortal Slayer, what is the meaning of a 9th-grade Emperor Heavenly King can create a divine being with a thought? Jiang Chen asked. Ha ha ha, it's normal that you don't know. Even I don't dare to say that I can understand the meaning of this sentence. It's just that this is a supreme realm that even Emperor Realm experts can't reach. In your opinion, Emperor Realm experts are the strongest in this world, above the divine world, right? Are there more powerful existences above the Emperor Realm? Jiang Chen asked. The Emperor Realm is just another step for a cultivator. It can be said that only after reaching the Emperor Realm can one be considered a true cultivator. Before the Immortal Emperor Realm, one could only be considered as a cultivator. And to reach the Immortal Emperor Realm, one had to be born with Tao accumulation. Cultivating the Tao, cultivating one's own Tao, a Tao that no one had ever walked before. This was the foundation of the Immortal Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm is divided into 9 grades, each of which represents a heaven. After the 9th-grade Emperor Realm is the Heavenly King Realm. That Heavenly King Realm is the true dominator of the world. There are stronger existences above the Heavenly King Realm, namely the Rebirth Realm and the Divine Spirit Realm. At least in my era, the Heavenly King Realm experts no longer exist. Even I haven't seen the real Rebirth Realm and the Divine Spirit Realm. The great Emperor Immortal Slayer's words made Jiang Chen yearn for it, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. What a 9th-grade Emperor Heavenly King, creating a divine being with a thought. It turned out that the Emperor Realm was just the beginning of a cultivator. The real peerless experts were born from Tao. Remember, without Tao, you can't become an Emperor Realm expert. No matter how strong you are, if you can't condense your own Tao, then the Emperor Realm expert is just empty talk. Only by condensing your own Tao can you be called a 1st-grade Emperor Realm expert. Although it's a little early to tell you this now, you have to understand that even I haven't reached the Heavenly King Realm. As for the even more ancient existences, I don't know. This divine will was left behind by me 100 million years ago. Although I don't know about it, thousands of years ago, during the primordial era, those heavenly kings, rebirth realm, and gods were the true rulers of this world. However, those experts are long gone. This is also the reason why I chased after the heavens. Although I lost, I believe that you will be able to inherit my mantle. The great Emperor Immortal Slayer's words revealed great depression and emotion. The great feat that he had not accomplished could only be continued by his successor, carrying on the past and opening up a new path. Without Tao, you can't become an Emperor Realm expert. Without Tao, you can't become an Emperor Realm expert, Jiang Chen murmured, repeating the words of the great Emperor Immortal Slayer, which shocked him greatly. To become an Emperor Realm expert, one had to create their own Tao to become a 1st-grade Emperor Realm expert. By the way, Senior Immortal Slayer, do you know what the Bronze Throne is? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the Bronze Throne he had obtained before. So far he had 4 Bronze Thrones. The Bronze Throne? I only know that it doesn't belong to this world. Don't touch it. At least before you become an Emperor Realm expert, those things are not something you can know about. Jiang Chen could hear a trace of fear in the great Emperor Immortal Slayer's words. Obviously, the Bronze Throne was not something he could control. Now, I don't have much time left. An era is exactly 100 million years. After this era, even my divine thought will disappear. However, at this last moment, I managed to wait for you. It's my good fortune, ha. If the heavens don't destroy me, then I, the Immortal Slayer, will take advantage of the heavens. Come and accept my inheritance. My Tao is the Tao of killing, exterminating all of eternity. Only I am supreme. An extremely strong and overbearing aura was instilled into Jiang Chen's head, but in the next second, the aura collapsed in Jiang Chen's body and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 30-36. The embryonic form of a Tao. Great Sovereign Immortal Execution hadn't thought that Jiang Chen's body had already formed the embryonic form of Tao. This also meant that Jiang Chen had already opened up his own Tao, but it wasn't complete. Or perhaps, he didn't even know about it. Before reaching the Martial Emperor realm, the Immortal Execution Emperor had never heard of anyone who could condense a Tao. It was a mysterious thing, but it was also a real existence. Everything originated from Tao and was formed from Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This was the beginning of Tao, and it was also the key to achieving Tao. The Tao in Jiang Chen's body was not complete yet. It was only in its embryonic form, but it already had the aura of Tao. No matter what, the Immortal Execution Emperor would not pass his inheritance to Jiang Chen. Tao could not coexist. As long as one defined a Tao that belonged to him, it would be his lifelong pursuit and cultivation. For the rest of his life, he would only be cultivating this Tao. The Tao in Jiang Chen's body carried an indomitable and domineering aura. It soared into the sky, soared into the sky, and soared into the sky. The domineering aura of Tao shocked the Immortal Execution Emperor. How terrifying would it be to condense the embryonic form of a Tao in the Divine King realm? The Immortal Execution Emperor condensed his own Immortal Execution Tao after becoming an emperor. But Jiang Chen was able to silently condense the embryonic form of a Tao at this moment. How could they not be shocked? Most importantly, Jiang Chen's inheritance might be completely broken now that he had formed the embryonic form of his own Tao. Jiang Chen's original Tao could not be destroyed. If it was destroyed, it would be equivalent to destroying Jiang Chen. Although the Immortal Execution Emperor was bloodthirsty, he could not help but admire Jiang Chen's amazing talent. Moreover, they were both from the 9 provinces immortal world, so the Immortal Execution Emperor would not kill Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have your own Tao. Kid, one day you might even surpass me. Who knows? Who knows? You might surpass me one day. Remember, you must never tell anyone that you've already condensed your own Tao. Otherwise, it'll definitely bring death upon you. Even those supreme figures of the primordial era might not be able to condense their own way at God King. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The Immortal Slayer Great Emperor looked at Jiang Chen with satisfaction. Although he couldn't continue his legacy, the Immortal Slayer Great Emperor was still very excited to see Jiang Chen's Tao. Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating Tao was definitely not weaker than his own. The embryonic form of the Tao? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Even he didn't know that he had condensed the embryonic form of the Tao. Jiang Chen was very puzzled that the Immortal Slayer Great Emperor could see through his Tao at a glance. Does the Tao really exist in my heart? Jiang Chen didn't know. However, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing that he couldn't obtain the Immortal Slayer Great Emperor's legacy. At least he didn't feel that much pressure anymore. The Immortal Slayer Great Emperor didn't pass the legacy to him, which showed that he was an extremely responsible person. If he forcefully destroyed Jiang Chen's Tao and forced his Tao onto Jiang Chen's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's right. When you reach the Hierarch realm, you should be able to feel the existence of the Tao. It's the ultimate Tao for us cultivators. Different paths lead to the same destination. The true Tao is the same, but also completely different. Since you've already cultivated the embryonic form of the Tao, I can only lament my inadequacy. There was a trace of loneliness in the Immortal Slayer Great Emperor's voice. He thought that he had found an inheritor, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. He had waited for 990,000 years, but in the end, it was still to no avail. This kind of pain was not something that anyone could understand. Damn it! Xueqi held the Skyfrost sword in his hand and knelt on one knee. His face was extremely pale. At that moment, his soul was attacked again. Shadow Stream reappeared and wanted to seize control of Xueqi's body. Xueqi's strength and soul were both extremely weak, so Shadow Stream's choice to attack at this time couldn't be any safer. He seized this opportunity to launch a strong attack. His purpose was to prevent Xueqi from reincarnating, and he wanted to control Xueqi's body forever. Once the fusion was completed, Xueqi would have no chance. Brother Bai, what's wrong with you? Bingyun asked anxiously. She grabbed Xueqi's hand, but Xueqi shook her off. His eyes were bloodshot, and he struggled desperately. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, and Xueqi's momentum also changed greatly. Xueqi constantly competed with Shadow Stream for control of his soul. After Shadow Stream had recuperated, he was more confident than Xueqi now. It's impossible for you to defeat me, lowly guy. It's your good fortune to be controlled by me. I will make you famous in the divine realm. Ha! Shadow Stream's voice echoed in Xueqi's mind again and again, but Xueqi never gave up. The only thing left in his belief was the sword. He was born for the sword. He held the Skyfrost sword tightly in his hand, and a terrifying sword essence arose spontaneously. It was born from the heart sword, and that sword essence became the last trump card for Xueqi to fight against Shadow Stream. His incomparably persistent sword essence grew endlessly in his heart, and it was also this sword essence that prevented Shadow Stream from erasing Xueqi's soul. Persistent, born from the heart, unstoppable sword essence, immortal and indestructible. Because of this, Xueqi persisted in the sword essence of the Skyfrost sword, allowing him to fight against Shadow Stream as an equal. He struggled painfully, and this was his last chance of survival. If he was defeated, Xueqi was very clear that he would no longer exist in this world, and Shadow Stream would definitely devour him completely. Previously, he had Jiang Chen's help, but at this moment, he had nothing but himself. Oh no, it's Shadow Stream again. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at Xueqi, who was kneeling on one knee with a pained expression. Sigh, thousands of years have passed, and he still doesn't repent. 108 Emperor Realm souls can't suppress him. What a vile creature. The sigh of Great Emperor Immortal Execution echoed in Jiang Chen's ears, and it seemed that he was exasperated that Xueqi didn't live up to his expectations. Senior Immortal Execution, can you save my friend? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. Of course, he couldn't tell Great Emperor Immortal Execution that he had already absorbed the 108 Emperor Realm souls into the Great Yu soul forming light. Not bad, not bad. Great Emperor Immortal Execution did not reply to Jiang Chen, but looked at Xueqi, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had seen a gem. Maybe this is God's will. Chapter 30-37. Evil creature, I didn't expect you to change even after hundreds of millions of years. You deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors. I didn't kill you because I wanted to preserve my only inheritance. That's why I killed the 108 emperors and suppressed you, hoping that you could turn over a new leaf one day. I didn't expect you to still do such a despicable thing. The voice of the immortal Slayer Emperor made Xueqi raise his head abruptly and stare in shock at the figure with the broken sword in his hand. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. An old man who doesn't die is a thief. You keep saying that it's for the inheritance, but you trapped me in the general execution platform. What are your intentions? Shadow Stream roared. Xueqi was also shocked. The control of the soul was sometimes in his hands, and sometimes it was taken away by Shadow Stream. In the end, you are unable to inherit my Tao. You lost because you believed yourself to be infallible. I, Immortal Slayer, have been invincible all my life. My only disappointment is that I made an error of judgment. You, a lowly disciple, actually dare to blame me? It seems that I shouldn't have kept you alive until now. The Immortal Slayer Emperor said coldly. So what? Kill me if you can. Let's see who else can inherit your inheritance after you kill me. The Immortal Slayer Emperor of ancient times has no one to inherit his inheritance. What a pity. Ha ha ha. Shadow Stream said disdainfully. I, Immortal Slayer Emperor, have never been threatened by anyone, and I will never be threatened by anyone. To me, you're just a drop in the ocean. I only treated it as a small mistake I made back then. The body you want to seize is the best successor. His sword intent is stronger, more domineering, and more stable than yours. The heart of the sword is facing death. This is the inheritance that I, Immortal Slayer Emperor, have been looking for. Kid, it seems like I've made a wise choice not to forcefully impart my inheritance to you. The Immortal Slayer Emperor said indifferently. Soul come. After a low roar, Yinglu's hoarse scream reverberated in Jiang Chen's ears. Yinglu's soul soared into the sky, directly coming out of Xueqi's body by the sucking, and directly heading for the 8 trigrams altar. Master, don't. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Only I can inherit your legacy. Master, no. Yinglu's desperate growl still couldn't change the will of the Immortal Slayer Great Emperor. The moment Yinglu's soul entered the altar, it was almost instantly torn to pieces by the sword intent. Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp. Was this the power of the Great Emperor? Even though he had been dead for tens of thousands of years, he was still so powerful. Moreover, he was only a strand of divine sense left behind by great Emperor Immortal Execution billions of years ago, yet he was already so terrifying. Xueqi slowly raised his head. He knew that the Immortal Slayer Emperor had saved him. Ying Lu, who was invincible in his eyes, was completely destroyed in the 8 trigrams altar. It was really incredible. However, Lan Luo and the others were completely unaware of all this. The 3 of them hadn't heard the voice of the Immortal Slayer Emperor from beginning to end. Silly boy, why don't you come and worship me? I'm the Immortal Slayer Emperor, and I want to pass on my lifelong inheritance to you. Are you willing? The voice of the Immortal Slayer Emperor reverberated in Xueqi's mind. Xueqi's face was filled with joy, but he still couldn't believe it. Did the Immortal Slayer Emperor choose him to accept his inheritance? Jiang Chen also looked at Xueqi with relief. He already had the embryonic form of the Great Tao, so he was not suitable to inherit the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor. Even the inheritance of Zhuang Zhouzi the Nanhua the Enlightened was not something that Jiang Chen could inherit. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally understood that he was different from everyone else. He needed to create his own Tao, an unprecedented Tao. The Immortal Slayer Emperor and Nanhua the Enlightened did not know about it, but he had to rely on himself to explore and create a Tao that truly belonged to him. The Immortal Slayer Emperor's Immortal Slayer Tao was not what he had in mind. It was completely different. Even the Immortal Slayer Emperor said that when Jiang Chen broke through to the Hierarch realm, he might be able to explore the existence of the Tao. For ordinary people, they would have to at least become an emperor before they could do so. However, Jiang Chen's pace was far faster than everyone else's. There might not be anyone who could comprehend the Tao in the Divine King realm since ancient times. At this moment, Xueqi knelt at the feet of the Immortal Slayer Emperor and kowtowed 3 times. These 3 kowtows were his gift for becoming a disciple and also his gratitude to the Immortal Slayer Emperor. If it was not for the Immortal Slayer Emperor, he might have died in the hands of Shadow Stream. Although his sword essence was strong and his obsession was strong, Shadow Stream was much stronger than him after all. He could not compete with Shadow Stream at all. At the critical moment, the Immortal Slayer Emperor saved him from disaster and was ready to impart the Great Tao to him. Xueqi's fortune was extremely great. Even Jiang Chen was secretly envious of him. To be able to obtain the teachings of the Immortal Slayer Emperor was undoubtedly the biggest winner. No matter what one obtained, it was not as important as the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor because it was his lifelong effort. It was equivalent to Xueqi opening a broad road to the Great Emperor, which would accompany him as he grew until he completely comprehended and inherited the Tao of the Great Emperor. For ordinary people, this was simply an unparalleled wealth. Even the countless powerful disciples of the Central Region Divine Land were envious of it. Those Divine Emperor experts also flocked to it. The inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor was different from the inheritance of others. It was self-evident how terrifying such a peerless ancient emperor was. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor was equivalent to being the second Immortal Slayer Emperor. Moreover, in the current post-divinity era, the number of Emperor Realm experts was so low that it was even thought to not exist in the world. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor was undoubtedly the greatest treasure in the world. Do you know what I value about you? The Immortal Slayer Emperor asked Xueqi. Sword heart. Xueqi said seriously. That's right. It's your sword heart. However, although your sword heart is strong enough, it's not ruthless enough. I, the Immortal Slayer Emperor, dominated the ancient times and killed countless people. My sword was unstoppable and my heart was invincible. Therefore, my sword heart was as stable as a mountain and no one could shake it. The true sword will is born from the heart. You already have the sword will and sword heart. This is the most precious thing. From now on, you are the inheritor of the Immortal Slayer Emperor. Don't let me down. I will impart all my inheritance to you. I hope that you can recreate my glory in the 9 heavens divine realm. The Immortal Slayer Emperor said earnestly. At that moment, the figure slowly turned around. A figure with sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes was sitting cross-legged, holding a dagger in his hand. The ancient and leisurely aura was suffocating. Chapter 30-38. Truly worthy of being an ancient great emperor. Jiang Chen praised sincerely. The immortal slaying sword is broken. My inheritance is in this half of the immortal slaying sword. I will guide you to the Tao of the great emperor. The half of the immortal slaying sword that was in the hands of the great emperor silently appeared in Xueqi's hand. The immortal slaying Tao is the Tao that you will cultivate in the future. However, the depth of the Tao is not something that you can comprehend now. When you break through to the emperor realm in the future, you will be able to comprehend the true power of the immortal slaying Tao. Slaying all the ancient times, I am the only immortal. This is the immortal slaying Tao. The immortal slaying great emperor's solemn voice made Xueqi even more solemn. The inheritance of the great emperor was something that not even Jiang Chen could obtain. Xueqi's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that the day when he surpassed Jiang Chen and fought with Jiang Chen was not far away. Xueqi was not happy or sad. Not everyone would be chosen to inherit the great emperor's inheritance. If he was not qualified enough, the immortal slaying great emperor would not pass it to him even if the inheritance was broken. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the immortal slaying great emperor. Xueqi thought silently. His sword intent would definitely reach a higher level after obtaining the inheritance of the immortal slaying great emperor. Kid, you have cultivated my sword of solitude. Since we are from the same world, I will also give you a good fortune. Your Tao is only in its embryonic form. I will give you a trace of Tao essence to help you break through to the hierarch realm. Whether you can comprehend the true origin of the Tao will depend on your luck. Thank you, senior. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with gratitude as he nodded silently. A ray of white light was emitted from the immortal slaying great emperor's head. It was misty and it floated directly towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. A wisp of Tao essence flowed into his mind. Jiang Chen held his breath and focused his mind. At this moment, he entered the state of cultivation. Jiang Chen calmed his state of mind, and his entire body entered a state of selflessness. This tranquility and transcendence caused Jiang Chen's body and heart to completely condense within his dantian. His Tao was the Tao of ascending the heavens. He was above the heavens, above all living things. Only by ascending to the heavens could he achieve the Tao of ascending the heavens. Jiang Chen emptied his mind and soul. His soul entered the Tao. Waves of Taoist connotation rose into the sky and rushed to the 9 levels of heaven. This is, Lan Luo and the others looked at Jiang Chen silently because an incomparably powerful aura suddenly appeared from his body. His aura was like a heavenly dragon soaring up into the sky, as if thousands of dragons were roaring in the sky. Even the expressions of Xueqi Kanglin and the man with the green cherry blossom spear slightly changed. What a terrifying aura! The overbearing Tao of ascending the heavens. This aura is a little too strong. Xueqi Kanglin and the man with the green cherry blossom spear never thought that there would be such a terrifying aura within the 8 trigrams altar. It soared into the sky, causing everyone to tremble in fear. This was an unparalleled domineering aura. This fella's Tao is actually so terrifying? Even the immortal slayer great emperor murmured. At this moment, Xueqi had also entered the inheritance of the great emperor. The immortal slayer great emperor was even more shocked by Jiang Chen's Tao. His Tao was just a guide for Jiang Chen. It wouldn't take long for him to break through the Tao. Moreover, this Tao was truly terrifying. The Tao of ascending the heavens, reversing the universe, this was a Tao that no one had ever cultivated before. Just think about it, one did not even put the heavens in his eyes, ascending the heavens, how terrifying it was. This kind of fearless overbearing Tao was extremely rare since ancient times. If he really attained the Tao, then where was the end of this Tao? The immortal slayer great emperor couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Jiang Chen's Tao was too terrifying. Jiang Chen had entered a mysterious state. There was nothing around him, but he felt like he was standing on a boundless sea, holding the heavenly dragon sword. Thunderstorms and storms were gathering, and a 5-colored golden dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon's eyes flickered as it stared at Jiang Chen, as if it wanted to kill him. Jiang Chen was fearless. He looked up and stared at the 5-colored golden dragon. In the next moment, the 5-colored golden dragon rushed towards Jiang Chen like a hot knife through butter. Jiang Chen's heart froze because this 5-colored golden dragon was too powerful. Jiang Chen did not know how terrifying it was. Divine Emperor Realm Expert? Emperor Realm Expert? Or was it the Emperor Realm Expert that the immortal slayer great emperor mentioned? Jiang Chen did not know, but the pressure coming from all directions made Jiang Chen's aura shrink. Even if I know I can't beat it, so what? My Tao is ascending the heavens, defying the heavens. I am the master of the 3,000 great Tao. My Tao is unstoppable. The Tao of ascending the heavens. Who else but me? Such a voice sounded in Jiang Chen's heart. His Tao was to break through the shackles of the heavens. So what if it was the heavens? So what if it was the earth? He didn't care about it either. Great Tao is simple. I want to ascend the heavens. Jiang Chen raised his sword. Even in the face of the invincible five-colored golden dragon, Jiang Chen did not retreat half a step. Instead, he fought fearlessly. Jiang Chen's sword Qi soared to the clouds, shattering the mountains and rivers, roaring all living things. The sea surged. Wherever his sword pointed, he would ascend the heavens, invincible. At that moment, the five-colored golden dragon was destroyed by Jiang Chen. At the same time, 8 dragon shadows appeared in the sea and pounced towards Jiang Chen. They wanted to end Jiang Chen's life. I want to ascend the heavens. Who can stop me? Even the heavens are no exception. Jiang Chen swept out with his sword, and the 8 dragon shadows were once again destroyed by him. Jiang Chen soared into the air, his sword cleaving through the dome of heaven, parting the layers of clouds and mist as he stepped onto the peak of the 9 heavens. The 9 dragon silhouettes continued to circle around Jiang Chen, eyeing him covetously and breathing out terrifying dragon breaths. At this moment, the dragon silhouettes were intertwined, but they were still unable to block Jiang Chen's domineering aura. That kind of domineering aura was simply not something that anyone could resist. Especially the path that Jiang Chen cultivated, the path of conquering the heavens. How arrogant and domineering was that? How domineering and domineering was that? Jiang Chen stepped on the 9 dragon silhouettes. The dragon silhouettes struggled, ferocious and terrifying. The dragon breaths were like a rain of swords, closing in on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was awe-inspiring and fearless. He had always worshipped beyond the 9 heavens. At this moment, he felt that his own Tao seemed to have condensed into a Qi that looked down on the 9 heavens, ignoring all living things in the heavens, ignoring the ages, and ignoring all the Taos in this world. In Jiang Chen's dantian, a dense Qi appeared spontaneously, bringing with it endless domineering aura. It constantly transformed into signs of time, like flowing clouds, like green cotton, like the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, surpassing the Taiji universe. This was a supreme Tao, a ravine in the heart, a single Qi that could shake the heavens and earth. This is my Tao, the path of conquering the heavens. Chapter 30-39. Jiang Chen finally had a hint of enlightenment. He had to admit that the Tao connotation of the immortal execution Great Emperor had indeed helped Jiang Chen a lot. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to fully master the heaven-ascending Tao and comprehend the Tao connotation. Even if he had reached the hierarch realm, he might not be able to comprehend it so quickly. However, the Tao connotation of the immortal execution Great Emperor had directly helped Jiang Chen to connect his inner enlightenment and the embryonic form of the Great Tao. Without him, Jiang Chen could still build his Tao, but it might take a long time for Jiang Chen to take some detours on the foundation of building his Tao. Roar, roar. Terrifying dragon roars could be heard incessantly. Jiang Chen looked disdainfully at the 9 dragon shadows, accompanied by bolts of lightning. At that moment, 9 bolts of heavenly lightning appeared above the 9 dragon shadows, as if to destroy Jiang Chen's Tao. Even the immortal execution Great Emperor himself did not expect that Jiang Chen would build his Tao so quickly, because he only wanted to help Jiang Chen stimulate his understanding of the Tao as soon as possible. Although the embryonic form of the Great Tao already existed, it was unknown how long it would take for him to build his Tao completely. Even so, Jiang Chen was the most terrifying person that the immortal execution Great Emperor had seen since ancient times. His talent was absolutely heaven-defying. The dragon shadows were mottled and colorful, and the lightning surged. Its aura was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Between the clouds and mist, the 9 dragon shadows brought along 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, almost completely covering Jiang Chen's path in all directions. The thunder was deafening. The 9 dragons had been entangled for a long time, and between the flashes of lightning, it could fall at any time. The 9 bolts of heavenly lightning were extremely terrifying, and the aura of destruction permeated the air. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely solemn, but he knew that he had to merge the Tao at this moment. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. No one could stop him. The embryonic form of the Great Tao must be completed quickly, or it would become a real regret, and he would never be able to build his Tao successfully again. It's their aura. Immortal Slayer Great Emperor murmured. But at this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't hear it. He was completely immersed in his own Tao and didn't notice the outside world. How many years has it been? It's them again. The immortal execution great emperor seemed a little excited. No one knew who the person he was talking about was, but the familiar aura made him excited. However, he was silent at this moment. Although he didn't know how difficult it was for Jiang Chen to reach the great Tao Foundation establishment realm, his heaven-conquering Tao had already made them wary. The heaven-conquering Tao was a heaven-defying path. After all, what Jiang Chen had experienced was not an easy path. Let bygones be bygones. The path of the great Tao begins with a single step. Tao establishing in the God King realm was something that not even great Emperor Immortal Slayer had ever heard of. Furthermore, they had appeared, and he couldn't be more familiar with their auras. Jiang Chen stepped on the 9 dragon shadows and the heavenly lightning flashed. However, he had no way to retreat. He could only move forward with an indomitable will. Only in this way could he complete his Tao and build his Tao. No one can stop me from building my Tao. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. The 9 dragon shadows were filled with anger, and thunder rumbled towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held his sword and fought with it. A terrifying sword intent appeared in his hand. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect that his limitless sword would make such a huge leap at this moment. Jiang Chen's sword was even trembling and buzzing. The excitement of the heavenly dragon sword was something that Jiang Chen had never felt before. The realm of the sword finger made him feel infinite changes. The limitless sword was formed by the sword Saint Feng Bai, used by Jiang Chen, and returned to the great Tao. Jiang Chen had finally found the direction of the great Tao in the sword. The unparalleled sword intent was sublimated and transformed again and again. The 7th sword, the 8th sword, the 9th sword. The long-lost carefree and unparalleled sword intent rippled in Jiang Chen's heart. The intertwining of the Tao and the sword, the collision of the heart and intent, made Jiang Chen in the great Tao smoother and smoother, like a fish in water. 10th sword, 11th sword, 12th sword, 13th sword. One sword was better than the one before, and each sword was more terrifying than the one before. The great Tao was simple, and Jiang Chen's limitless sword had a huge sublimation. The sword realm was almost unstoppable. The silent sword realm had also brought the heavenly dragon sword to an unbelievable realm. It merged with the limitless sword, and wherever it went, heaven and earth would mourn. When he released the 13th sword, the 9 dragon shadows were all destroyed, and the thunder above the void also turned into a little starlight. Jiang Chen walked with his sword, and the momentum of the sword realm was sublimated by the Tao. His great Tao became more and more solid at this moment. Jiang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the direction of the Tao that he was pursuing. He still couldn't see the end, but his Tao already had the embryonic form, and it was not the embryo of the Tao. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from soaring to 90,000 miles. My Tao, even if there are thousands of thorns, I will walk step by step. Where the Tao leads, I, Jiang Chen, must go to the heavens. Jiang Chen's domineering aura was overflowing, and his eyes were like torches. The 9 dragon shadows collapsed, and the sky also showed a clearer color. Above his head, a faint shadow appeared between his eyes. It seemed to be the appearance of his Tao, but it was unfathomable. Jiang Chen's aura also rose rapidly at this moment. The dragon marks in his body also skyrocketed in an instant and directly jumped to 5 million dragon marks. From the peak divine king realm, he directly broke through to the ultimate god realm. The great Tao was completed, and Jiang Chen's strength also had a qualitative change. As an ultimate god expert, Jiang Chen was now a real peerless ultimate god. There were 4 dragon balls on the Zulong Tower, including the one given to him by Bing Yun. Jiang Chen embedded the dragon ball on the Zulong Tower, and the dragon marks in his body changed again. However, it did not make Jiang Chen's physical strength much stronger. All the power in the dragon ball was absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen was also quite puzzled. At this moment, the 91st floor of the Zulong Tower was finally opened. The 91st floor's opening shocked Jiang Chen greatly because there was only a bluestone jade slip in the space of the 91st floor. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the bluestone jade slip tightly in his hand. As he scanned it with his divine sense, Jiang Chen was shocked. It turned out to be a magical seal technique? I am the Divine Father, and I call myself the Heavenly Secret. I step on the 9 extremes. Open Heaven Seal. The first seal. Open Heaven Seal. Chapter 30-40. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor has been silent for so long. Why don't I ask him? Jiang Chen suddenly thought of the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, but the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was still in a deep slumber. Jiang Chen did not wake him up as it would definitely affect him if he woke him up now. It was better to wait for him to wake up on his own. Jiang Chen opened the Heavenly Torrent Seal with a thought, wanting to see what was inside. The current Jiang Chen had just completed his Great Tao. Although it was impossible for him to have Supreme Tao Essence, he would know the benefits when he becomes an Emperor Realm expert. The Great Tao had been formed. Jiang Chen understood the Heavenly Howling Seal in the blink of an eye. The dreadfulness of the Heavenly Howling Seal was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. It was even more dreadful than the 3000 Burning Sky Seal because it was going to consume the origin of the Great Tao. Only the origin of Great Tao could cast the Howling Heaven Seal. The Howling Heaven Seal was only the first seal of Father Tianji. Wouldn't the second and third seal be even more terrifying? Jiang Chen tried to activate the Heavenly Howling Seal, but he found out that his origin of Great Tao was almost zero. The Heavenly Howling Seal was too useless for him now. In other words, the Howling Heaven Seal could only be cast with the origin of Great Tao. This Howling Heaven Seal might be a peerless technique of an Emperor Realm expert. Jiang Chen calmed himself down and no longer thought about it. However, he must study it after he had a certain amount of origin of Great Tao. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. With the strength of a Hierarch Realm expert, the feeling of boundless strength made Jiang Chen extremely excited. His battle intent was unparalleled. He had finally reached the Hierarch Realm. Now, he could definitely ignore Shen Yuan Kanglin's attack. At this moment, Xueqi had inherited more than half of the Great Emperor's inheritance in the Immortal Execution Sword. His strength had also reached the late Hierarch Realm. The most terrifying part of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance was the Immortal Execution Tao, followed by the Immortal Execution Sword formation and the Immortal Execution Sword. Xueqi had to slowly explore and understand the rest of the inheritance. After all, it was almost impossible to fully comprehend the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance in a short period of time. As one of the Great Emperors of the Northern Liang, Immortal Execution Great Emperor naturally had his own pride and means. The inheritance of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor finally came to an end when the Immortal Execution Sword's brilliance faded into nothingness. Xueqi had been meditating since then. In the end, it's all for someone else's benefit. Sigh, what a failure. Lan Luo said with a bitter smile. At this moment, she knew that the person who inherited the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance was undoubtedly Xueqi. Jiang Chen was also meditating. Lan Luo was slightly surprised that Jiang Chen did not inherit the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance. In her opinion, the only one who was qualified to inherit the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance was Jiang Chen. However, Xueqi took the opportunity to obtain it. Lan Luo tried hard to obtain some treasures in the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's tomb, but she got nothing in the end. Even the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance had found its true owner. What else was worth fighting for? Be willing, be willing. You can only gain by giving up. If you don't give up anything, you might be dead by now. Chen Renji said. Lan Luo was stunned and nodded silently. It was true. If you couldn't let go of anything and wanted to fight for everything, you might really be involved in a life-and-death situation. Jiang Chen did not kill her, but saved her life at the critical moment. Lan Luo was grateful. I hope so. However, it's a problem for us to get out of the Universal 8-direction formation now. I hope they can leave here when they wake up, Lan Luo said in a low voice. Lan Luo said in a low voice. No matter what, she still felt extremely uncomfortable being trapped inside. That feeling of being restrained made her feel extremely stifled. On the contrary, Bing Yun looked at Xueqi with anticipation. Even she did not expect that the person she had chosen would be able to inherit the inheritance of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. This was too shocking. Bing Yun was brought up by the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. She listened to the Tao essence of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor, and was able to cultivate successfully. No matter how cold and bloodthirsty the Immortal Execution Great Emperor was, to her, the Immortal Execution Great Emperor was the closest person to her. You've already obtained most of my inheritance. You'll have to slowly comprehend the rest. I've already planted the seed of Great Tao in your Dantian. One day, when you reach the Emperor Realm, you'll be able to open up the Immortal Execution Great Tao. I hope you won't let me down. One day, you'll be able to bring the immortal execution Great Tao to the northern cold divine region, the central region divine land, and even the entire divine world. The voice of the immortal execution Great Emperor sounded in Xueqi's ears. At this moment, Xueqi opened his eyes and looked at the back of the figure that had never turned around. The broken immortal execution sword in his hand made him ponder. "I'll remember it. I won't let you down," Xueqi said in a deep voice. "When the broken sword is reforged, the night will return. If one day, you can reforge the immortal execution sword, perhaps you'll surpass me. Don't worry, Master. One day, I'll let the light of the immortal execution sword shine on every inch of the divine world." Xueqi's eyes were filled with confidence. Although he had not completely comprehended the Tao of the great emperor like Jiang Chen, his strength had a qualitative leap. Moreover, how could the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor be so simple? Even if Jiang Chen did not know, he knew that Xueqi must have carried all the hopes of the immortal execution great emperor. "All right, you've already understood my will. At the end of the great Tao, there's always the other shore. The immortal execution king is finally coming to an end." The bitter voice of the immortal execution great emperor made Xueqi sigh in his heart. However, the end of an expert was destined to be inevitable. Billions of years ago, in that turbulent era, the immortal execution great emperor was able to look down on the heroes and rule over the northern Liang. This was enough to show his strength. However, no matter how strong an expert was, there would be a day when the hero would be in his twilight years. There would always be someone stronger than him. The era of the immortal execution great emperor had passed, but he would never let him be buried in the long river of history. Xueqi will not let down the name of the great emperor. From now on, Xueqi's Taoist name is Immortal Execution, and I'll pass on the Tao to your master. Good. You're worth teaching. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Ha, my divine will can't hold on for much longer. I'll pass this to Jiang Chen. This is the Sword of Solitude. It's the biggest regret of my life and also the sword technique that I'm most proud of. Only Jiang Chen can read my sword essence. Take good care of that little girl. She's listened to my Tao for 10,000 years and will definitely be of help to you in the future. All right. Chapter 30-41. Xueqi took the Sword of Solitude, and in the next second, the aura of the immortal Slayer Emperor's spiritual sense disappeared in the void. Xueqi knew that the immortal Slayer Emperor had left with the wind. The moment he lowered his head, the seated figure instantly turned into quicksand and disappeared into the 8 trigrams altar. The surrounding universal 8-directional desolation formation also slowly withdrew at this moment, returning to nothingness once again. He's gone. The immortal execution great emperor has left. Bingyun murmured with a trace of tears at the corner of her eyes. The immortal execution great emperor was like her father and mother who gave her life. Although they had never talked before, in Bingyun's heart, the immortal execution great emperor was a huge gift. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. When Xueqi and Jiang Chen looked at each other, their eyes were filled with unparalleled battle intent. However, they smiled at each other. Even if they wanted to fight, they would have to wait until they left this place. However, they could feel that each other's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If it wasn't for the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor, Xueqi would never dare to challenge Jiang Chen again. You're awake, Jiang Chen. This is the Sword of Solitude that the immortal execution great emperor left for you. Xueqi said. The immortal execution great emperor has left. Jiang Chen said and nodded silently. The great sovereign of a generation vanished into thin air, falling into the mortal world. That lonely but domineering figure had also turned into sand in the wind. Jiang Chen held the Sword of Solitude in his hand. Only he could understand the loneliness that the immortal execution great emperor once felt. The Sword of Solitude was not left for the enemy, but for himself. The sword intent was inevitably lonely. At this moment, the 8 trigrams altar was broken and the universal 8 directions formation had disappeared. They finally regained their freedom. Go and find Xuenyuan Kanglin. Xueqi's eyes turned cold as he said. Jiang Chen and the others quickly went deeper and saw Xuenyuan Kanglin's silhouette. A silhouette holding a green cherry spear also attracted their attention. You guys are still alive. You're really lucky. Xuenyuan Kanglin sneered as he forced the green cherry spearman back. The expression of the man holding the green cherry spear suddenly changed when he turned his head. It was the same for Jiang Chen. The moment their gazes met, it was as if they had traveled through the ages. However, it wasn't a rare feeling of friendship. Instead, it was an unending rage and killing intent. "It's you. I didn't expect you to appear here," Lang Lang said as he stared straight at Jiang Chen. His gaze was locked onto Jiang Chen with killing intent. "I didn't expect that to only be a clone of yours. Looks like you're very capable to be able to leave behind such a powerful technique in the immortal realm," Jiang Chen said faintly. He was shocked when he saw the green cherry spearman for the first time. He didn't expect to meet this guy in the divine world. It seemed like the enmity between them would be intertwined once again. This guy was Jun Tianqiu, who was killed by Jiang Chen in Saint Origin World. "That was only a part of my body. However, you've destroyed a part of my body. Today, I'll take it back with interest. If it wasn't for you, I would have stepped into the Emperor realm a long time ago." Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen stared at each other. None of them had thought that there was enmity between them. However, Jun Tianqiu's strength was much stronger than Shenyuan Kanglin. Shenyuan Kanglin had suffered many setbacks in Jun Tianqiu's hands. "Then you're really unlucky to meet me," Jiang Chen said. "You're lucky too. The divine world is vast and boundless. Isn't it heaven's will for us to meet each other here? Ha! This means that the heaven wants me to kill you to vent my hatred." Jun Tianqiu's murderous intent had already spread out. He was even more furious than when he faced Shenyuan Kanglin. That was his eternal shame. His 9 revolutions golden body had lost one of its reincarnations. That was why his strength had stopped at the peak hierarch realm. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the divine emperor realm or even higher. He would never forget this guy even if he died. "That depends on whether you have the ability or not. I can kill you once. I think I can do it again," Jiang Chen said confidently. "Ha! This is the biggest joke in the world. You think you can fight me with your strength? Pathetic and ridiculous. Today, I'll send you to the Avicii hell. It's not your fault that you're ignorant. It's your stupidity to treat ignorance as confidence," Jun Tianqiu said coldly. Jiang Chen was only an early hierarch realm expert. Killing him was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. "Don't forget how you died in the past." Jiang Chen crossed his arms and said indifferently. Jun Tianqiu was so angry that his face turned pale. This guy was too arrogant. "Your good days have come to an end." Jun Tianqiu took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying aura he exuded was incomparable to spiritual master Qi Yan and Shenyuan Qi. Although they were in the same realm, Jun Tianqiu's current strength was much stronger than the two of them. No wonder Shenyuan Kanglin was defeated by him. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why don't we join hands?" Shenyuan Kanglin took the opportunity to look at Jun Tianqiu and said with a smile. "All right." Although Jun Tianqiu was incomparably arrogant and disdained to team up with others, it would be a good thing if he could get a free helper. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after killing Jiang Chen. "It seems like they're not convinced, Jiang Chen." Xueqi looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Then let's fight. Life and death are decided by a single thought. Only the living have the right to speak." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Your aura? You've broken through to the hierarch realm. No wonder you're so arrogant. You've broken through too?" Shenyuan Kanglin looked at Xueqi. His strength was stronger than him, reaching the late hierarch realm. This made Shenyuan Kanglin extremely serious, especially when Xueqi could make such a huge leap in such a short period of time. Shenyuan Kanglin had to be cautious. He had prepared a method to deal with Jiang Chen, but now it seemed like he could not hide it anymore. "Leave Shenyuan Kanglin to me. You take care of that guy," Xueqi said. He had wanted to fight Shenyuan Kanglin for a long time. Now that his strength had made a qualitative leap and he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor, his strength was even stronger than Shenyuan Kanglin. If he still could not defeat this guy, he would be too ashamed to say that he was the successor of Immortal Execution Great Emperor. "All right." Jiang Chen nodded and looked at Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat his old friend a second time if he could defeat him once in a battle for revenge. Chapter 3042. Arrogant brat. A barbarian from the immortal world dares to fight against me. Jun Tianqiu? I was just a reincarnated body back then. Now, I'm not someone you can resist. In this world, those who go against me will not have a good ending. Only by killing you can I get rid of my heart's devil and broaden my vision on the great Tao. Today, I will get rid of my heart's devil. Jun Tianqiu looked at Jiang Chen silently, his eyes full of determination. In the past, due to all kinds of coincidences, he had fallen into Jiang Chen's deadly trap and died with regret. His reincarnation was almost invincible, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Back in the immortal world, Jun Tianqiu was indeed in the limelight, but the current divine world wasn't a place where he could dominate. Noisy guy, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Jiang Chen shouted and took the initiative to attack. His hierarch strength had boosted his confidence. Even when facing a peak late hierarch expert like Jun Tianqiu, Jiang Chen was not afraid. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another, many times stronger than before. Although there might not be a qualitative change, the Tao essence contained in the attacks made Jiang Chen deeply feel how terrifying it was. Good, today is the day you die. Jun Tianqiu was not shocked but happy. His face was ferocious, holding the green cherry spear in his hand. He did not expect to meet Jiang Chen in this trip to the tomb of the great sovereign. This was the reason why he could not break through to the divine emperor realm. There was a lingering devil in his heart, and it was Jiang Chen. He had reincarnated 9 times, but only Jiang Chen killed one of his reincarnations. One could imagine the despair and anger he felt. But today, Jun Tianqiu could take his revenge. Compared to him, Jun Tianqiu's strength was like heaven and earth. Jun Tianqiu's spear momentum was like a dragon, dancing in the air and shaking the universe. Jiang Chen didn't use any fancy moves. He punched out one punch after another, surging towards Jun Tianqiu with supreme divine might. The battle between the two was astonishing. Every time his explosive fists were thrown out, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would be stirred up. Although Jiang Chen couldn't display his Tao at this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth contained within his punches had steadily improved his strength. Experts at the same level as him were no match for him. Even a peak hierarch like Jun Tianqiu wouldn't be afraid of death as he continued to charge forward. Kid, I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying. Jun Tianqiu did not care at first, but after fighting with Jiang Chen, he realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen fought the heavenly dome realm alone with his bare fists. Although Jun Tianqiu's strength was still far from a half-step divine emperor, almost no one below the peak ultimate god realm could match him. Only those who had fought with him knew that Jiang Chen's strength was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The difference in strength was not something ordinary people could compare with. Some people even said that his strength was infinitely close to a half-step divine emperor. However, only Jun Tianqiu himself knew that there was still a gap between his strength and a half-step divine emperor. Jiang Chen's strength is too terrifying. Lan Luo was slightly shocked. An early-stage ultimate god had such a supreme divine power. It was almost impossible to defeat him even if Lan Luo used all her skills. Even a peak ultimate god could not break through such peerless power. Lan Luo knew this guy. He was the 8th generation ultimate god of the Jun family. What surprised her even more was that this 8th generation ultimate god who had inherited the ancient will was supposed to be a divine emperor of 9 generations. However, he was killed by someone, and it was Jiang Chen who killed him. This was too shocking. The Jun family of the Central Plains Divine Land had an 8th generation ultimate god. They originally wanted Jun Tianqiu to become a 9th generation ultimate god emperor, but they were still one step behind. Jun Tianqiu's body was cut off, which became one of the biggest regrets of the Jun family. However, in the Central Plains Divine Land, the Jun family's 8th generation ultimate god was quite powerful. Lan Luo had to admit that he was no match for him. On the other side, the battle between Xueqi and Shenyuan Kanglin was also thrilling. Xueqi's strength had been further improved and he had also obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. He seemed to have the upper hand against Shenyuan Kanglin and was no longer the Xueqi of the past. Shenyuan Kanglin was getting more and more shocked as the battle went on. That guy's strength had completely crushed him. Moreover, why did he suddenly become so terrifying? Until now, he still did not know that Xueqi had inherited the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. Shenyuan Kanglin kept retreating and was extremely passive. The current Xueqi had fully displayed the power of his Skyfrost sword. There was no longer any grudge between him and the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, and Shenyuan Kanglin's strength had completely acknowledged Xueqi. Immortal Execution Sword Rain. Xueqi slashed the sky with his sword, creating a huge wave that caused a terrifying sword rain. Under the Immortal Execution Sword Rain, even Jun Tianqiu could not help but look at Xueqi. The sword rain was too terrifying. Shenyuan Kanglin could only avoid it and was being suppressed by Xueqi. Shenyuan Kanglin had no choice but to use his ability to judge the price. You actually obtained the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance? Xueqi said in shock. It's too late to know now. Humph. Xueqi said with a smile. You force me to do this. Roar. The light in Shenyuan Kanglin's eyes became even brighter. Since this guy had obtained the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance, then he must teach him a lesson. His Tao Tai physique was his greatest trump card. As long as he devoured Xueqi, he would be able to inherit the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance. Xueqi had made a gift for him. As long as he inherited the Immortal Execution Great Emperor's inheritance, who would be his match? Whether it was Jiang Chen or the man with the green cherry spear, who would dare to compete with him? Shenyuan Kanglin finally revealed his terrifying fangs and clashed with Xueqi's Immortal Execution Sword Rain. True Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out with the True Dragon Seal, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The True Dragon Seal was like a dragon that had transformed into a dragon. A terrifying dragon shadow soared into the sky. Divine Spear of Chaos. Jun Tianqiu bellowed. The shadow of his spear pierced through the dragon's shadow and soared into the sky. Jiang Chen's hand changed again. The 5-elemental Divine Dragon Seal collided with the dragon's shadow. The shadow of the spear and the dragon's shadow intertwined, producing a series of terrifying explosions. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen were evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. Is that all you've got? Jun Tianqiu said indifferently. The show has just begun. Chapter 3043. Jun Tianqiu did not expect Jiang Chen to be so difficult to deal with. His strength was 3 levels higher than Jiang Chen's, but it was still difficult for him to defeat Jiang Chen easily, which made Jun Tianqiu very depressed. 3000 Burning Sky Seal. The divine fire changed again as the 3000 Burning Sky Seal turned into 3000 dragon shadows that filled the sky and crushed down. Jun Tianqiu immediately raised his sword and pointed his divine spear at the void. The 3000 Burning Sky Seal forced Jun Tianqiu to retreat dozens of steps, but his spear shadows were also extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pursued Jun Tianqiu. Kid, you've made me very angry. I won't give you any more chances. Jun Tianqiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Being forced back dozens of steps by Jiang Chen was a great humiliation to a proud expert like him. He thought that he could easily kill Jiang Chen, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen could even force him back? Sky-dominating Divine Spear. Supreme Divine Light. The green cherry spear in Jun Tianqiu's hand changed again and again. The spear shadows shot out and pierced through the starry sky. Layers of spear shadows covered the sky and the earth. That kind of supreme divine power forced Jiang Chen to go all out. Limitless Sword. 10th Sword. Jiang Chen swept his sword and the impact of the 10th sword directly turned Jun Tianqiu's supreme divine light into nothingness. However, what followed was Jun Tianqiu's spear shadows. The terrifying limitless sword once again made Jun Tianqiu suffer, but his sky-dominating divine spear was not to be underestimated as it completely blocked the peerless divine power of the 10th sword. The sky full of phantoms shocked Lan Luo and the others. Jiang Chen's terror was once again revealed because he was facing a real peak ultimate god. The 8th generation ultimate god of the Jun family in Tianfeng Divine Land. The 8th generation ultimate god was supposed to be a divine emperor of 9 generations, but unfortunately, one of his generations was destroyed. The 8th generation ultimate god was an extremely powerful existence in the entire Jun family. For Lan Luo, Jiang Chen's ability to repel the 8th generation ultimate god Jun Tianqiu was enough for him to laugh proudly for the rest of his life. The battle between Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu could be said to be quite intense. Neither side gave way to the other. Terrifying waves of qi rose higher and higher, dazzling the onlookers. However, the battle between the two didn't show any signs of stopping. Jiang Chen switched from defense to offense and began a life-and-death battle with Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen had been suppressed by Jun Tianqiu previously, but now he displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique again. His aura was no different from Jun Tianchou's, and his battle strength had reached the peak hierarch realm. Jun Tianchou was furious, but there was nothing he could do. How could an early hierarch be on the same level as him? How could he have such terrifying aura and power? It was his aura. Jiang Chen's aura had completely crushed Jun Tianchou's. The great emperor's Tao accumulation did not bring any substantial benefits to Jiang Chen, but his aura had already surpassed all living beings. No one could overwhelm him in terms of aura. Jiang Chen's charge had also caused Jun Tianchou a lot of trouble. After displaying the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen seemed to have become a different person, suppressing Jun Tianchou to the point where the latter could hardly breathe. The heavenly dragon sword soul also became extremely excited at this moment. Wherever the sword soul pointed, coupled with the terrifying limitless sword, Jun Tianchou was almost unable to resist. Under Jiang Chen's fierce attacks, he seemed to be a little exhausted. It was unbelievable that Jiang Chen could suppress Jun Tianchou despite the gap of 3 minor realms. Jun Tianchou was incomparably depressed. He was stronger than Jiang Chen in the past, but he was still killed by Jiang Chen. But now, Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. Jiang Chen had almost surpassed the entire hierarch realm and was still able to suppress him. What did this bastard eat to grow up? Jun Tianchou was furious. He knew that his chances were running out. If he was suppressed by Jiang Chen, it would become more and more difficult for him to stand out. He must find a chance to fight back. Jun Tianchou swore that this was the most useless battle he had ever fought in his life. Jiang Chen's sword intent was like a lone goose flying in the sky. The domineering aura of his sword qi was displayed at this moment. The way of dominating the heavens and the sword intent made Jun Tianchou feel the pressure of life and death. The limitless sword in Jiang Chen's hand became more and more skillful. Its powerful aura soared to the sky. There was not much time left for Jun Tianchou. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's unparalleled aura, Jun Tianchou finally roared and was about to explode. Jiang Chen, I'm going to tear you into pieces. 8 Supremes gather. Heavens will reincarnation. The 9th transformation golden body can break anything. Jun Tianchou's spear momentum changed. 8 afterimages converged into one. This was his most powerful technique, the 9th transformation golden body. Jun Tianchou, who had inherited the will of the ancient times, thought that he could reach the power of a divine emperor expert by combining his 9 reincarnations into one. He never thought that Jiang Chen would kill one of them. Even so, his strength could not be underestimated. Although the 9th transformation golden body was lacking by 1, it still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. What a 9th transformation golden body! Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and his face turned cold. This guy's strength had climbed to the extreme. Even Jiang Chen felt a great pressure. The 9th transformation golden body was so terrifying. His strength had reached an unprecedented level. The moment Jiang Chen and Jun Tianchou exchanged blows, he was already on the passive side. With the power of 8 Supremes, Jiang Chen already felt a great pressure. The terror of the 9th transformation golden body had transformed his strength once again. This guy is really not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen frowned. He retreated in order to advance. With the Sword of Solitude, he could command the 7 Dragon Cavalry Heavenly Guards and the 12 Fire God Guards. As for the strength of the 9th transformation golden body, he would have to test it with his Ashura sword formation. Want to run? You won't have the chance. Jun Tianchou sneered. The Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards and Fire God Guards stood in front of Jun Tianchou. The 12 Fire Gods were almost destroyed by Jun Tianchou. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face turned extremely cold. However, he had to arrange the Ashura sword formation to deal a fatal blow to Jun Tianchou. This was his most terrifying technique. However, it was not easy to arrange the Ashura sword formation. Moreover, every time he used the Ashura sword formation, it consumed a lot of energy for Jiang Chen. Now that he had just used the ancient soaring dragon technique, he had consumed nearly half of his divine origin energy. If he used the Ashura sword formation again, it would definitely increase the pressure on him. However, this was the only way to kill Jun Tianchou. Let's see how long you can hide. Jun Tianchou attacked one after another. Although the Dragon Cavalry Heavenly Guards were strong, they still couldn't withstand Jun Tianchou's might. 4 of the 12 Fire God Guards were torn to pieces by Jun Tianchou. The 9th transformation golden body. It seems that Jun Tianchou is really angry. Rumor has it that the ninth transformation golden body allowed him to withstand a blow from a half-step divine emperor and come out unscathed. This shows how terrifying the ninth transformation golden body is. Lan Luo said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen fell into a passive position. Is this guy really so terrifying? Chapter 3044. Although the Jun family of the Central Region Divine Land is not the most powerful force in the Central Region Divine Land, it's not to be underestimated. They're considered a famous family in the northern part of the Central Region Divine Land, and they even have Emperor Realm experts. The most dreadful thing about the Jun family is that they can inherit the ancient will. Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body was cultivated by inheriting the ancient will. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be so terrifying. However, his 9 transformations golden body should not be complete. One of his reincarnations was destroyed by Jiang Chen, which caused great damage to him. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu would have been able to kill everyone here. Lan Luo said solemnly. What about you? Who are you? Chen Renji looked at Lan Luo. This woman's identity was mysterious. Chen Renji couldn't help but think more about it. Furthermore, she knew the Jun family like the back of her hand. Shen Yuanqi treated her with respect, and even the Scarlet Flame Sage was somewhat afraid of her. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Me? A defeated general doesn't talk about bravery. Compared to Jiang Chen, I'm just a drop in the ocean. Lan Luo said with a wry smile. Chen Renji nodded silently and did not ask any more questions. However, this Lan Luo was too shrewd. She knew everything. She couldn't help but think more about it. At this moment, Jiang Chen was advancing step by step. Finally, the Ashura sword formation was completed after Jun Tianqiu had destroyed 9 of his fire god guards. Let's see how long you can hide, you coward. Ha! Jun Tianqiu roared madly. His roar was as loud as thunder as he continued to chase after Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was setting up the formation at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu's counterattack was coming. Let's see if your 9 transformations golden body is more powerful or if my Ashura sword formation is better. Jiang Chen looked at Jun Tianqiu coldly. He was furious that 9 of his fire god guards were destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. It's time for you to die. Don't struggle anymore. The 9 transformations golden body is invincible. You want to use a formation to trap me? You must be dreaming. Jun Tianqiu harumphed coldly. However, the moment Jiang Chen activated the formation, the corners of Jun Tianqiu's mouth twitched. 108 Origin Divine Tools? What a big deal. These 108 Origin Divine Tools. I'm definitely going to get them. Jun Tianqiu didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed to the top of the formation. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen completely activated the Ashura sword formation. Terrifying sword rain filled the air, completely submerging Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body. However, the 9 transformations golden body actually resisted Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. Your sword formation is only... Jun Tianqiu sneered. However, in just 10 breaths of time, Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body began to crack. The smile on Jun Tianqiu's face also disappeared. The current Jiang Chen might be able to hold on for 60 breaths of time, but the Ashura sword formation consumed too much of his strength. If Jiang Chen wanted to perfectly control the Ashura sword formation, he would need to be at least a mid-hierarch realm expert to not be so cautious. Even so, 60 breaths of time was already terrifying enough. Even Jun Tianqiu, who had activated the 9 transformations golden body, couldn't hold on for more than 10 breaths of time before his 9 transformations golden body was broken. This showed how terrifying the sword rain of the Ashura sword formation was. Every breath was a choice between life and death for Jun Tianqiu. At the 30th breath, Jun Tianqiu finally couldn't hold on any longer. The 9 transformations golden body was completely broken and he also suffered a great injury. Jun Tianqiu fought with his life on the line. The 9 transformations golden body was destroyed under the attack of the Ashura sword formation. Jun Tianqiu was furious, but he also panicked. He wanted to fight back, but it was too late. The 9 transformations golden body was broken. Jun Tianqiu couldn't withstand the terrifying sword formation at all. He still had his spear, but his aura had dropped to a very low level. Get lost! Jun Tianqiu roared furiously. The sword rain pierced through his body. Jun Tiancho swung his spear in all directions, but he still couldn't withstand the sword rain. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he knelt down on one knee and slowly fell to the ground. Jun Tiancho actually lost, and in such a miserable way. Lan Luo couldn't believe it, but Jiang Chen was still standing proudly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's divine origin strength was almost depleted. It was impossible for him to continue the battle. Do you think it's that easy to kill me? Jiang Chen, there will come a day when I will make you pay with your blood. Jun Tiancho's voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's ears all of a sudden. The fallen figure stood up abruptly, turned around and fled at a terrifying speed. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Jun Tiancho could survive the Azura sword formation. Jun Tiancho has the 9 transformations golden body. Although he only has 8 doppelgangers, it's comparable to 8 lives. It's understandable that you didn't crush his soul, so he could be reborn in another body. It's a pity that he escaped. Lan Luo said faintly. Jiang Chen felt relieved. Jun Tiancho wasn't easy to deal with. It was already not easy for him to kill one of his doppelgangers and severely injure him. After all, the gap between their strength was too big. Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to continue the battle. On the other hand, Shenyuan Kanglin and Xueqi were evenly matched. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying. Xueqi had broken through to the late hierarch realm and inherited the immortal Slayer Great Emperor's inheritance. He was no longer the same Xueqi of the past. Shenyuan Kanglin roared furiously. His Tao Tai body swept across the sky, engulfing the earth. He was entangled with Xueqi for a long time, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Shenyuan Kanglin's Tao Tai body was so terrifying. He was able to fight against Xueqi time and time again without being at a disadvantage. Shenyuan Kanglin, who had the advantage of being a divine beast, was quite overbearing. Even Xueqi's Skyfrost sword could not do anything to him. This was also related to the fact that he had just received the inheritance. He had yet to fully comprehend and master the inheritance of the immortal Slayer Great Emperor. Although Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to continue the battle, he could help Xueqi suppress Shenyuan Kanglin and recover his strength during the battle. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Shenyuan Kanglin. Shenyuan Kanglin also felt a great sense of crisis when Jiang Chen joined the battle. At this moment, he already had the intention to retreat. 2 against 1. What kind of hero are you? Shenyuan Kanglin gritted his teeth and said. There's a saying in the ancient times. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, it's a good cat as long as it can catch a mouse. Ha ha. Chapter 30-45. You're right. Do I need a reason to kill you? Xueqi harumphed. Both of them advanced and retreated at the same time. Shenyuan Kanglin instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Shenyuan's sword concealment. Activate! Shenyuan Kanglin shouted and quickly retreated. This is the Shenyuan clan's blood escape technique. It will greatly damage his vitality. Lan Luo said. At this moment, Shenyuan Kanglin had already run for his life. If he continued to fight, he would definitely suffer a great loss. He might be trapped here forever by Jiang Chen. Hence, Shenyuan Kanglin could only leave. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Leave the item behind. Jiang Chen's sword slashed through his immortal execution armor and purple cloud feather. Shenyuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with hatred. However, he dared not stay any longer and left the blood shield. Xueqi wanted to give chase but was stopped by Jiang Chen. He shook his head and said, Don't chase a cornered enemy. You might not be able to catch up to him anyway. Now that you've obtained the inheritance of Immortal Execution Great Emperor, the rest is not important. Jiang Chen smiled. Although Xueqi had obtained the inheritance of Immortal Execution Great Emperor, he had also opened up his own Dao. The Immortal Execution Dao was different from his Heaven Domination Dao. Jiang Chen believed that one day, the Heaven Domination Dao would become the ruler of the divine world. The Immortal Execution Dao was bloodthirsty. It was not suitable for him. It was not the Dao that he had been pursuing. Compared to Xueqi, Jiang Chen was the most suitable person. Holding the Immortal Execution Armor and Purple Cloud Feather, Jiang Chen passed them to Xueqi. He was not a greedy person. Since the Immortal Execution Great Emperor had given the inheritance to Xueqi, it should belong to him. What you've obtained is yours. The legacy of the Immortal Slayer Grand Emperor is more suitable for you. But you gave it to me. I can't think of anyone else who could be so indifferent in the face of such a terrifying legacy. Xueqi smiled. Jiang Chen nodded and put away the immortal execution armor and the purple cloud plume feather. Jiang Chen already had a candidate in mind for the most suitable person for it. However, it wasn't that Jiang Chen didn't want the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Emperor. It was just that he wanted to walk a unique path that belonged to him. It wasn't something that the Immortal Slayer Emperor could help him with. He had to rely on himself for everything. Jiang Chen's smile froze as he turned around. At this moment, Qian Renji and Bing Yun were under Lan Luo's control. I didn't expect that a woman's heart is really unfathomable. Jiang Chen shook his head. Release Bing Yun. Xueqi growled with a gloomy face. Lan Luo smiled faintly as her beautiful eyes flickered. Her flirtatious demeanor was captivating. My request is not high. I only want the Xuexian sword, even if it is broken. Impossible, Xueqi said in a deep voice. From the looks of it, you want the sword and not the person? Ha ha ha, do you see that, little girl? I don't care about you. Lan Luo said with a smile as she turned into the charming demonic fox again. Don't believe her, brother. Bye. Don't worry about me. You can't give her the Xuexian sword, Bing Yun said while gritting her teeth. Xueqi's aura became extremely gloomy at this moment. Jiang Chen patted Xueqi's shoulder and gestured for him to calm down. This was what Lan Luo wanted to see the most. How about exchanging your Xuexian armor for her? Lan Luo and Jiang Chen looked at each other and smiled elegantly. You're thinking too much. Jiang Chen shook his head. Really? Then I'd like to see if these two women are more important than those two treasures. Ha ha ha. Lan Luo's eyes were instantly filled with cold killing intent. No. I'll give you the Xuexian sword. Xueqi couldn't help but nod heavily in the end. That's right. Be obedient and I'll like it. Ha ha ha. Little brother, it's your turn. What do you think? I didn't want to kill you because you're not a threat to me. But you insist on seeking death. Alas. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. Lan Luo narrowed his eyes and sneered. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What else can you do? Besides, they're both in my hands now. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Fine. Here's the Xuexian armor. Come and get it. Jiang Chen said. Want to blow me up? Throw it over. Okay. Catch. Jiang Chen threw the armor to Lan Luo without hesitation. However, the moment Lan Luo tried to catch it, Jiang Chen directly launched the soul-stealing technique. Soul separation technique. In an instant, Lan Luo's soul seemed to have suffered a huge shock. His body swayed and he directly knelt on one knee, paralyzed. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Renji and Bing Yun quickly escaped from Lan Luo's control. After a short moment, when Lan Luo slowly raised his head, his eyes were filled with regret. He was incomparably furious, but even more than that, he was filled with boundless fear. You have the soul of an Emperor Realm expert? Lan Luo knew that she had made a huge mistake. She hadn't expected that her soul would be severely injured by this guy. Her strength had also been greatly damaged. She had initially thought that she would be able to reap the benefits from the fight, but she hadn't expected that Jiang Chen would still have such a trick up his sleeve. This guy was too terrifying. Many things aren't as simple as you think, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Can you spare my life? Lan Luo said while gritting her teeth. She knew that she had taken a wrong step, but it would be extremely difficult to reverse the situation. Previously, Jiang Chen hadn't intended to kill her, but now it wasn't the case. There's nothing wrong with thinking twice before you act, but you insist on taking a path of no return. Jiang Chen had no intention of letting Lan Luo go. I'm begging you, please let me go. Lan Luo's gaze gradually became gentle as she looked at Jiang Chen with tears welling up in her eyes. The charm in her eyes seemed to have penetrated through Jiang Chen's past and present lives, entering his heart. At this moment, Lan Luo's appearance changed slightly. She actually looked like Yan Chenyu. At that moment, Jiang Chen was in a daze. He had actually fallen for this woman's charm technique. However, he recovered in an instant. After all, his soul strength was far beyond what Lan Luo could imagine. Xiao Yu's appearance lingered in Jiang Chen's mind. Especially when she had turned into Xiao Yu, it had almost entered his heart. However, his mind instantly became clear, because the person in front of him wasn't Xueqi at all. Your charm technique is actually so powerful. He, I still couldn't escape from your palm, right? Xueqi, there's actually such a stunning woman in this world. Lan Luo murmured. Her smile was full of bitterness, because she knew that she couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen stared at Lan Luo, her eyes full of resentment and shame. Xueqi's appearance was still changing between her and Lan Luo. At this moment, Jiang Chen's sword was raised and slashed once again. Go! I don't want to see you again. Facing Lan Luo, who had turned into Xueqi, Jiang Chen ultimately didn't slash down with his sword. Men are indeed strange creatures. He, since you don't want to kill me, this lady will go. Lan Luo laughed delicately, turned into a ray of light, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. Little man, this lady will remember today's kindness. If I catch you one day, I won't kill you. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with endless sorrow and worry. Xueqi, where are you now? Chapter 3046. The trip to the tomb of the immortal execution emperor had been completed, but Jiang Chen was still worried about Long Shan. At this moment, Long Shan was still imprisoned in the Heaven Dragon prison. How could Jiang Chen feel good? Long Shan was his dearest brother. This time, after returning to Tongxian Mansion, Jiang Chen must rescue Long Shan from the Heaven Dragon prison. What's your next plan? Xueqi looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Go back to Tongxian Mansion. My brother is imprisoned in the Heaven Dragon prison. This time, I'm afraid that I'll have a falling out with Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen said. Are you really ready? Qian Renji glanced at Jiang Chen and said. Based on his current strength, he must be quite powerful. However, she was worried about Tongxian Mansion. After all, Tongxian Mansion had existed for tens of millions of years, and its foundation was profound, which ordinary sects couldn't compare with. At this time, if Jiang Chen acted rashly, he would probably die. That was why Qian Renji asked Jiang Chen if he was ready, because this was a road of no return. Tongxian Mansion? I've heard about it. I've always heard that Tongxian Mansion is quite powerful. I also want to see how powerful it is. Xueqi said with a smile. This time, it's likely to be a life-and-death battle. I'm afraid it'll be more difficult than the tomb of the immortal execution emperor. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. You're treating me like an outsider. I've never admired anyone in my life, including you. But you're the only one who helped me regain my sense of self. My life is for the sword, and my sword is fighting for you. Fighting against you and everywhere. Xueqi said seriously. All right. Jiang Chen didn't say much, because Xueqi had made it clear enough. If he continued to be polite to Xueqi, he would really regard him as an outsider. With the help of Xueqi, Jiang Chen was more confident when he returned to Tongxian Mansion this time. After all, Xueqi had inherited the impartation of Immortal Execution Emperor. There were less than 5 people in Tongxian Mansion who were stronger than him. Master Ji, you don't have to go back with me this time, Jiang Chen said. He didn't want to get Qian Renji into trouble. This time, he would fight to the death with Tongxian Mansion, and Qian Renji would be stuck in the middle. Qian Renji, am not a coward. With your current strength, you don't need to call me Teacher Ji anymore. But I know how to repay kindness. This time, I will put an end to the relationship between me and Tongxian Mansion. If I can survive, I will go to Qilian Boundary. Qian Renji smiled faintly. Her calm and elegant look was very touching. Jiang Chen even doubted why Ziqing Tian would give up on Qian Renji and return to the Qilian Boundary alone. All right, as long as Jiang Chen is here, Teacher Ji is here. Jiang Chen promised Qian Renji. He knew that she didn't need such a promise. She had died several times in the tomb of the great emperor, and all of them were saved by Jiang Chen. If Qian Renji still didn't understand, she didn't deserve to be a teacher in Tongxian Mansion for millions of years. I still need to refine a medicinal pill. This time, let's go to Blissful City first. I need to prepare some medicinal pills. Jiang Chen said. All right, let's go to Blissful City first. Our whereabouts must not be exposed to Tongxian Mansion. Otherwise, Tongxian Mansion will be suspicious. If we don't return to Tongxian Mansion immediately after we finish the task, we will definitely be suspicious. Qian Renji said. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded. The four of them rested and prepared to leave Blissful City. They did not return to Tongxian Mansion. The clear lake was thousands of miles long, and the river flowed down from the sky. The bamboo forest was covered with grass and red lotuses. Birds were chirping. The white-robed lady sat at the head of the bamboo raft, gazing afar. Her soul power was severely damaged. Even a divine emperor expert would not have a chance to save her now. Jiang Zhu's expression was leisurely as she danced in the air. Her grace was unparalleled. She was an absolute beauty who stood aloof from the world. "I'm sorry, Jiang Zhu. I couldn't help you," Yu Qinglong said in a low voice. He landed on the bamboo raft like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water and sighed faintly. "I know you've tried your best. Brother Yu, it's not your fault. I can only blame myself for being unlucky. It's enough for me to live for 100 years. Jiang Zhu said with a smile. "Where is the person you've been waiting for? I don't understand. Why are you searching for him? Is he really that obsessed with you?" Yu Qinglong asked in a low voice. "Is it really dangerous ahead? I don't know. Perhaps waiting is the most gentle thing. Even if we can't meet, I'm willing to protect him and remember his existence. You won't understand that kind of mutual help." Jiang Zhu shook her head. Her heart was filled with expectation. She knew that he would not appear in the next moment. Yu Qinglong sighed. His eyes were filled with helplessness. What kind of outstanding man could be worthy of the beauty of the north? Perhaps only someone like Jiang Chen could be worthy of her. "Oh right, you haven't been here for a long time. How's the outer disciple competition at Tongxian Mansion?" Jiang Zhu asked. "The outer disciple competition. Sigh. Let's not talk about it. My strength is still not enough. When I become a hierarch realm expert, perhaps I'll be qualified to be arrogant. Even a hierarch realm expert was defeated by that fella, wasn't he?" Yu Qinglong shook his head and said with a bitter smile. "Who's so powerful that Brother Yu of the outer sect's 3 dragon heads is so afraid of him? He's just a new disciple who entered the inner sect for over 100 years. It's really shameful. Thousands of divine king realm experts couldn't suppress that new disciple. In the end, even Qianlong who had broken through to the hierarch realm was defeated by him. I've met him outside of Tongxian Mansion. But his strength wasn't that terrifying. But now, he's not the same as before. I think only a peerless genius like him is worthy of you. Brother, you must be joking. The person I like is just an ordinary person." Jiang Zhu shook her head. "Sigh. Success belongs to Jiang Chen and failure belongs to Jiang Chen. However, a peerless genius like him is not someone I can catch up to," Yu Qinglong said. He was relieved of Jiang Chen's strength because Jiang Chen was like a mountain that was difficult to surpass. Jiang Zhu suddenly raised her head and looked back at Yu Qinglong. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a sparkling luster. "Brother Yu, tell me. What's his name?" Jiang Zhu asked in a trembling voice. She couldn't believe her ears. "Jiang Chen. The outer sect's #1 disciple, Jiang Chen." As soon as Yu Qinglong finished speaking, crystalline tears began to flow from Jiang Zhu's eyes. Her body began to tremble violently. It was as if the world in her heart had completely collapsed at that moment. Chapter 3047. Sister Zhu, Yu Qinglong looked at Jiang Zhu in disbelief. He had not expected that Jiang Zhu would be crying like a child at this moment, with tears and snot flowing down her face. Jiang Zhu did not respond and continued to cry. Yu Qinglong did not know what to do and did not know what was going on. Jiang Zhu's heart was filled with shock, anger, joy, and excitement. When Yu Qinglong said Jiang Chen's name, she almost broke down, because she had waited for too long. Finally, he appeared in her life. If he didn't appear, she might really disappear from this world. Jiang Zhu's heart was filled with shock, anger, joy, and excitement. She did not dare to mention this name. She was afraid that she would not be able to control the sadness of missing him. She was afraid that she would not be able to stop herself from thinking about him. However, the divine world was vast. Where should she go? How could she find Jiang Chen? She did not know what to do. However, she knew that as long as their hearts were connected, he would appear in front of her one day. Time passed and 100 years had passed. Her soul was heavily injured and she was faced with the choice of death. She thought that she would never see Jiang Chen again. She thought that the world was going to abandon her. Her loneliness, helplessness, and longing. No one could share her worries and difficulties. From the moment Jiang Chen left the 9 regions immortal world, her heart and 9 shadows followed him. However, when she entered the divine world, she knew how terrible the pain and cruelty was. Along the way, she only had one belief in her heart. That was to find the little Chunzi that she had been longing for. And she was Wu Ningzhu. The infatuated Wu Ningzhu. The Jiangzhu who only had Jiang Chen in her heart. Suddenly, Jiangzhu stopped crying. She was afraid. She did not even dare to ask Yu Qinglong again. What if that person was not Jiang Chen? What should she do? There were millions of people with the same name in the world. Although she had a hunch that that person was Jiang Chen, she was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He used a sword. The sword was like a dragon and its power was like the wind. Hence, the name Heavenly Dragon Sword. Wu Ningzhu whispered. He should be the person you've been looking for. Yu Qinglong took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression. Although it was too much of a coincidence, he had to believe it because he felt that only a peerless monstrous genius like Jiang Chen could be a match for Jiangzhu, a peerless lady who was aloof from the world. Yu Qinglong took a deep breath and said solemnly. A lifetime of elegance, a lifetime of songs, a lifetime of ambition, unparalleled in the world, a perfect match, ha ha ha. Yu Qinglong shook his head. He was unwilling, but he knew that he was not good enough for Jiangzhu. Thank you for telling me this, Brother Yu. My real name is Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu said. Qinggu Chengshuang. Lingzhu stands proudly. What a good name. There's no need to write it down. It's all fate. If I had told you his name earlier, you might have been able to reunite a long time ago. Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's not possible now. Yu Qinglong said. Wu Ningzhu's heart tightened. Her pretty face was filled with worry. She quickly asked, why not? Previously, Tongxian Mansion had a secret operation. No one knew about it. It was said to be an experiential learning. But I heard from Elder Dan that it was to explore the tomb of a great emperor. It has been more than 5 years, but no one came back. So, it's very likely that there was a huge change in that experiential learning. As for the result, it's still hard to say. After all, 5 years is not long, but it's not short either. Yu Qinglong said in a dignified manner. I believe that he will come back. Wu Ningzhu lightly bit her pearly white teeth and said. Her eyes were bright and kind, like a fairy from the heavens. Yu Qinglong knew that the fairy would leave one day, and he was just a passerby in her life. Jiang Chen, will you really come back? The blissful city was quite lively. As the hub connecting all the major forces around Tongxian Mansion, the prosperity of the blissful city was far beyond anyone's imagination. This time, when Jiang Chen returned to the blissful city, it was even more lively than before. Now that the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be refined, Jiang Chen could not afford any mistakes. If he succeeded, his strength would definitely have a qualitative leap. If he failed, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. After all, he only had one chance. Now that he had the great emperor's skeleton, the ethereal flower, and the purple fragrance devil taro, he only lacked a few supplementary herbs. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. Once he gathered the herbs, he could wholeheartedly refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. In the Lihuan sect's blissful city's branch palace, a gloomy old man with an unconcealable gloominess in his eyes said to the 2 subordinates beside him in a deep voice. Quickly go and inform the patriarch. This time we must not let him escape. This guy is the one who killed the young patriarch. Yes, Lord. The 2 subordinates received the order and went straight to the Lihuan sect. Jiang Chen only stayed in the blissful city for a total of 3 days and gathered the herbs. However, he would definitely not refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill in the blissful city. If he did, it would probably attract experts from all directions to snatch it and watch. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was successfully refined, it would definitely cause a terrifying change in the heaven and earth. At that time, even Jiang Chen would not be able to conceal it. Therefore, he had to find a remote mountain. Looks like the pill you're going to refine this time should be extraordinary. Xueqi said. It definitely won't work in the blissful city. If it's discovered, it'll probably be very difficult to refine it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The few of them found a relatively secluded mountain. The surroundings were filled with withered trees. Even birds and beasts rarely appeared. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was not a single trace of human. Jiang Chen was finally satisfied and carved out a cave to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Monkey, don't worry. I will definitely save you. I will kill the second Mansion Master and the third Mansion Master to relieve the hatred in your heart. In this world, no one can offend my brother, Jiang Chen. Tongxian Mansion, I will definitely annihilate you. Jiang Chen held the myriad qi cauldron in his hand tightly. The success or failure of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill depended on this. After refining the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, he had more confidence to rush to the Tongxian Mansion. Rescuing Long Shan was urgent. However, Jiang Chen had to make sure that everything was in order. Otherwise, it would be a pointless sacrifice. If he fell, who would be able to save Long Shan? Are you sure it's here? It's here. Sect Master. I've been watching for a long time. That guy must have gone in. It seems like he's going to break through. A tall and mighty man appeared on the peak of the mountain range. He silently stared at the towering mountain range. His eyes were filled with fury. His only son had been killed. No one could understand the pain of him sending off his son. He had been searching for traces of this person for over 100 years. However, there was not even the slightest news of him. At this moment, he had finally found news of him. He must crush his bones and scatter his ashes. Chapter 3048. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill had yet to reach the level of a divine grade pill, it was not far from it. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to refine a peak immortal grade pill. Therefore, Jiang Chen was extremely cautious in order to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He was afraid that if he did not do it well, it would greatly affect the process of refining the pill. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. 1 pill turned into 9. For a hierarch realm expert, it was like a cloning technique. Moreover, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was even scarier than a cloning technique. It was 9 identical copies of oneself with the same strength and techniques. That was the scariest part of it. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Although he had not refined a pill for a long time, he was not messed up at all. He methodically threw every medicinal ingredient into the myriad qi cauldron. Purple aromatic konjac, ethereal flower, Great Emperor's bone essence and several other precious medicinal ingredients were continuously condensed. Jiang Chen concentrated and gradually condensed all the medicinal ingredients. Finally, it was time to condense the pill. He did not dare to try before as he was worried that he would fail at the last step. After all, the medicinal ingredients were too difficult to gather. If he really failed this time, he did not know when he would be able to gather them again. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not dare to take any risks. He only dared to try now that his strength had reached the hierarch realm. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill is too difficult to refine. Although I have never refined a divine grade pill before, I guess a divine grade pill is just like that. Jiang Chen thought. The reason why the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill could have such a powerful effect was naturally related to the difficulty of refining it. However, Jiang Chen was now 70% confident. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to refine it at this time. Moreover, the situation was urgent, so Jiang Chen had to succeed. The essence of the 9 kinds of medicinal herbs in the myriad qi cauldron had been completely refined by Jiang Chen, and the elixir congealing began. Streams of terrifying essence surged and converged. A golden light shone from the myriad qi cauldron. The surroundings were also dazzled by this light. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Even Xueqi and the others were slightly shocked. I wonder what kind of pill Jiang Chen is concocting for it to be so terrifying. Bingyun said doubtfully. To be able to choose to go into seclusion at this time, the pill he concocted must be incomparably terrifying. Let's just wait patiently. Xueqi said. Qian Renji was also shocked. Jiang Chen's mysteriousness made it hard for them to guess. Moreover, his strength was also shocking. How could an ordinary early hierarch realm expert have such a technique? He wanted to return to Tongxian Mansion. At that moment, he was no longer the teenager he used to be. He wanted to become the enemy of Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen, come out quickly and accept your death. A deep shout made Xueqi and the others feel a great sense of crisis. a powerful force came crushing down from the void. The surrounding heaven and earth became extremely gloomy and cold. Who dares to act rashly? Xueqi flew up to the sky and looked coldly at the man in the void. There were tens of thousands of people behind him. The skinny old man made Xueqi feel pressured. This guy is so powerful. Who are you? Xueqi asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. But you are not Jiang Chen. Today, I must kill Jiang Chen. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The skinny old man said faintly. His cold aura permeated tens of thousands of miles. It's the Lihuan sect's people. Is it Han Wanshan? Qian Renji's expression changed as she said in a deep voice. When she rushed out, her face finally turned gloomy. Sure enough, it's really him. Sect Master Lihuan. How have you been? Hee, I am Qian Renji, a mentor of Tongxian Mansion. 1,000,000 years ago, we met in Tongxian Mansion. Oh, it's Tongxian Mansion's mentor. But this time, I'm here to deal with my family's affairs. I hope you won't make a mistake. Otherwise, I will not give face to Tongxian Mansion. Han Wanshan said in a deep voice. Even though he recognized Qian Renji, he would not give face to her. This matter was related to his son. With such deep hatred, even if Tongxian Mansion was in front of him, he would not let Jiang Chen go. Qian Renji's heart moved. It seems that there is such a deep hatred between Han Wanshan and Jiang Chen? She asked in confusion. Sect Master Lihuan, Jiang Chen is my student. How did he offend Sect Master Lihuan? There's no need for a big shot like you to stoop to his level. Qian Renji knew that they would be at a disadvantage if they fought. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of disciples of the Lihuan sect behind them. Han Wanshan must have sent out all his people. Was it just to kill Jiang Chen? Wouldn't that be too much of a ruckus? Hee, it seems like you're not done yet. My only son died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Tell me, what should I do? It's the teacher's fault for not being strict enough. Looks like you're also to blame for Jiang Chen killing my son. Today, even if I have to offend Tongxian Mansion, I will kill you too. Han Wanshan's eyes turned cold as he said with a gloomy expression. Qian Renji's expression changed. Jiang Chen killed Han Wanshan's son? Was it Han Shaoqian who was on par with the 3 dragon heads of the outer sect? But Jiang Chen was in Tongxian Mansion all the time. Did he kill Han Shaoqian before he entered Tongxian Mansion? Han Shaoqian seemed to be much weaker than he was now. He was only an early divine king. This fellow is too terrifying. He's good at causing trouble. It seems like there's no turning back today. Sect Lord Han, do you really want to start a war with Tongxian Mansion? At this moment, Qian Renji had no other choice. Jiang Chen was still refining the pills. It was impossible for the 3 of them to fight against the entire Lihuan sect. Han Wanshan was already very difficult to deal with. The entire Lihuan sect was one of the greatest sects around the blissful city. Now that all the elders and disciples were here, there shouldn't be many people who could fight against such a force. Don't use Tongxian Mansion to pressure me. Do you think I'm that stupid? I think Tongxian Mansion won't fall out with me for a mere disciple. The one who died was my only son. Don't tell me that I don't deserve to take revenge for this enmity? I'm not even going to let you go. Today I, Han Wanshan, will let the entire blissful city know that I, Han Wanshan, am not someone to be trifled with. My son won't die in vain. Han Wanshan snorted coldly. He stared at Qian Renji and the others with killing intent. Chapter 3049. Qian Renji did not expect Han Wanshan to be so firm. It seems like it's going to be difficult to make him retreat in the name of Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen is the #1 freshman, the most powerful genius in the outer mansion. Tongxian Mansion may not take action against you even if you kill me. However, if you kill Jiang Chen, Tongxian Mansion may not let it go so easily. Qian Renji said faintly. Ha ha ha, do you think that my son's death is in vain? Humph, you're too naive. There's no one in this world who could command me. Han Wanshan. Even if the Palace Lord of Profound Connection Divine Palace is here, I will still kill Jiang Chen. Han Wanshan was thoroughly enraged. Qian Renji's threat did not work. Qian Renji did not expect Han Wanshan to be so determined. But thinking about it, it was reasonable for Han Wanshan to be so angry because his son had died. However, It would not be easy for him to kill Jiang Chen. Han Wanshan's eyes lit up. If that's the case, there's no need to talk anymore. If you want to touch Jiang Chen, you'll have to go through me first. Xueqi stepped forward and stared coldly at Han Wanshan. As their gazes met, a terrifying aura spread out. Han Wanshan squinted his eyes. Xueqi's strength was the strongest among them. Only by killing him would he be able to eliminate all future troubles. Just you alone? Late Hierarch Realm? You're not weak. However, you're not strong enough to fight against me. Han Wanshan sneered and said, How do you know if you don't try? Lihuan sect, I've heard of it. If I destroy your Lihuan sect today, will my name be known throughout the blissful city? Xueqi's expression changed. Han Wanshan's face became even colder, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. How shameless. It seems like if I don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think that our Lihuan sect can be bullied by others. Sect leader, we can just take care of such an arrogant person. Why do we need to trouble you? That's right. Do you really think my Lihuan sect is a pushover? A few fellows who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dare to strut around in front of the sect master. They must be tired of living. Behind Han Wanshan, more than a dozen Hierarch Realm elders were eager to join the fight. They did not put Xueqi and the others in their eyes at all. So what if their mentor from Tongxian Mansion was here? Their young sect master was killed by the people from Tongxian Mansion. They had to settle the score with them. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals dares to speak of bravery? Xueqi sneered. Little brat, you are too arrogant. Sect leader, I must kill this bastard today to relieve the hatred in my sect's elders' hearts. An elder with a cold expression stepped forward and said. Han Wanshan shook his head and said, Leave this guy to me. Elders, back me up. 300 elite disciples. Follow me to battle. Han Wanshan did not let the elder attack Xueqi directly. Although Xueqi's strength might not be comparable to him, he should not be underestimated. None of the elders might be a match for him. To be safe, Han Wanshan must end the battle quickly and get rid of these guys. As for Jiang Chen, he was not afraid that Jiang Chen would not come out after killing all of them. Mighty! 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 Deafening shouts could be heard. Tens of thousands of Lihuan sect's disciples came out to kill Jiang Chen and show off the Lihuan sect's might. Xueqi, be careful. The sect leader of Lihuan sect, Han Wanshan, is not a pushover. He has been around Blissful City for millions of years and no one has been able to shake him. This time, Jiang Chen has killed his son. Looks like we won't be able to avoid this easily. Chen Renji said in a low voice. Since Jiang Chen is not here, I shall stop the Lihuan sect for him. Xueqi did not hesitate at all. He was not afraid of the Lihuan sect at all. He can only blame himself for not being strong enough to be killed. He killed the little one and the old one came out to take revenge. Today, I shall not stop until one of us dies. Xueqi was in high spirits. With the strength of a late Hierarch Realm, he could disregard many people. Even the third elder was no match for him. So what if it was Han Wanshan? His strength was at most on par with Xueqi. If he could not stop Han Wanshan, it would be too shameful for Jiang Chen. Arrogant and conceited fellows, all of you will eventually pay the price. I shall kill you first and then kill Jiang Chen. I, Han Wanshan, shall start a massacre today. Han Wanshan said in a deep voice. He pointed his blood-red long saber at Xueqi. Bloody light shot up to the sky and a violent dark aura surged. Good timing. Xueqi laughed coldly. His eyes were cold as he held the Skyfrost sword in his hand and pressed towards Han Wanshan. The two of them were like two crazy rays of light, one black and the other red, which exploded with an unimaginable might. Brother Bai, be careful, Bing Yun said worriedly. On the other side, 10 Hierarch Realm experts and 300 elite disciples of the Lihuan sect rushed over, targeting Bing Yun and Chen Renji. You too be careful. These people of the Lihuan sect are not simple. Chen Renji and Bing Yun had also fallen into a passive situation at this moment. Although both of them were middle Hierarch Realm experts, the people they were facing were not easy to deal with. The Lihuan sect had come out in full force. The 10 Hierarch Realm experts were all top experts. In addition to those elite disciples, their situation was even more dangerous than Xueqi's. Xueqi fought Han Wanshan alone. However, Hun Wanshan's strength was much stronger than Xueqi's. After all, Hun Wanshan was the leader of a sect. There was a reason why the Lihuan sect could survive for millions of years around the blissful city. Hun Wanshan's ruthlessness had been forgotten by many people after so many years. However, the true experts would never forget that Hun Wanshan had slaughtered millions of people in a city by himself. His ruthlessness made people's hair stand on end. But at the same time, his strength also made people flinch. Immortal fighting soul. Wherever Hun Wanshan's long saber pointed, the soul would move 3,000 miles. The deafening soul sound was getting closer to Xueqi. Every time the saber light slashed down, it was like an unparalleled killing weapon, forcing Xueqi to retreat. Immortal execution sword essence. Xueqi struck out a terrifying sword essence. How could the inheritance of a great emperor be ordinary? The immortal execution sword essence was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, colliding with Hun Wanshan. The ripples of yuan qi caused the surrounding people to be blown away. Not bad. Such a terrifying sword essence. However, you're still too weak compared to me. Fighting soul flame, burn. Chapter 30-50. Hun Wanshan's long saber slashed toward Xueqi, shaking the heavens and earth. Even Xueqi could only avoid Hun Wanshan's indomitable killing intent. Although the inheritance of a great emperor was powerful, Xueqi had yet to fully comprehend the Tao of a great emperor. Moreover, he needed time to slowly comprehend the Tao of a great emperor. Currently, Xueqi had only obtained 10 to 20% of the inheritance of a mortal execution great emperor. Even so, it was enough for him to be successful in every endeavor. However, his opponent was Hun Wanshan. Hun Wanshan was too cunning and terrifying. An ordinary half-step divine emperor might not even be able to kill him. Hun Wanshan's strength had once again shown Xueqi the true terror of Hun Wanshan. Immortal execution sword essence, domineering of the heavens and earth. Xueqi's eyes were like torches as his sword qi surged. The immortal execution Tao cultivated the domineering of the heavens and earth. It required one to press forward with unparalleled battle intent to display the domineering aura of killing the 9 heavens deities and Buddhas. Interesting, but it's a pity that your strength is far from enough. Hun Wanshan sneered as his burning fighting soul fused with his long saber. That unstoppable peerless sharpness forced Xueqi to retreat again and again, causing the latter to suffer a great impact. At this moment, Jiang Chen's progress in alchemy finally had a qualitative change. His 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be successfully refined. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was successfully refined, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative change. Such a domineering elixir essence. Jiang Chen was shocked. At this moment, he was completely unaware of what was happening outside as he was wholeheartedly refining the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. The embryonic form of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill had been formed, but the domineering elixir essence within it was still extremely violent. Jiang Chen had to constantly suppress it. Otherwise, the elixir essence would explode and the embryonic form of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill would cease to exist. Right now, the embryonic pill was like an unyielding dragon, seemingly wanting to break free from Jiang Chen's embrace. But how could Jiang Chen allow the pill to escape from his grasp? If not for his strength, it would have been extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to suppress the terrifying power of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. If he had hastily refined it when he was still a peak divine king, Jiang Chen would have definitely failed. But today was different from the past. At this moment, the 5 elements divine fire was constantly refining the embryonic pill, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. The embryonic pill was constantly changing and becoming more and more refined. Up in the sky, a series of terrifying lightning bolts began to gather at the top of the mountain. This is... Hun Wanshan's face was grim as he stared at the terrifying heavenly lightning in the sky. Even if it was him, it wouldn't be easy for him to block it. He must be refining some kind of pill or divine weapon. Hun Wanshan's eyes were filled with excitement. If he could capture this fella, he might be able to reap some unexpected rewards. But it's a pity that his son wouldn't be able to see this anymore. Thinking of this, Hun Wanshan's killing intent surged. He wanted to kill everyone here. Hold on, Jiang Chen will be able to refine it soon, Qian Renji said while gritting her teeth. She and Bing Yun were in a worrisome situation. Their injuries were severe and they were already exhausted. Soon, when those fellas swarmed them, the two of them would suffer a fatal blow. But Qian Renji believed that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to refine it. At this crucial moment, she couldn't let Jiang Chen's efforts go to waste. It's impossible for you to defeat me. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as pie. But what I'm more curious about is what Jiang Chen is doing right now. Why are you guys risking your lives to protect him? Han Wanshan sneered. By the time you find out, it'll be too late. Because at that time, it'll be your death. Although Xueqi was being suppressed by Han Wanshan, he didn't show any signs of defeat. In this life-and-death battle with Han Wanshan, Xueqi used all his skills. The terror of the Skyfrost sword was completely out of Han Wanshan's expectation. It wasn't easy for Han Wanshan to suppress him at this moment. Let's see who will fall first. Reckless fella. Han Wanshan looked at the rolling sky lightning above his head and said coldly. His fighting soul rose again and a cold and eerie aura filled the sky. Xueqi risked his life to fight for time for Jiang Chen. Although he wanted to defeat Han Wanshan, this fella was too weak. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. This fella was not only experienced in battle but also had no flaws. He didn't give Xueqi any chance at all. In the Zulong Tower, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be formed. As long as Jiang Chen could withstand the terrifying sky lightning, he was confident that the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill would be successfully concocted. So what if the wind is coming from all directions? No matter how strong the sky lightning is, what can it do to me? Jiang Chen was fearless. However, this sky lightning came at the right time for Jiang Chen. It's just that the sky lightning was unusually ferocious. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong it was. Rumble. A sky lightning descended, shocking everyone. Countless lights and shadows filled the sky. Jiang Chen flew up and faced the sky lightning head-on. As the sky lightning passed through his body, Jiang Chen's body trembled and his expression turned solemn. The sky lightning was very terrifying. It seemed to be stronger than his Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. However, it wasn't important to him anymore. He had 2 sky lightning in his hands. How could he be defeated by it? Perish! Jiang Chen held the 2 sky lightning source in his hands and fought against the pill lightning. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly realized the terrifying battle around him. Bing Yun and Qian Renji were in danger and Xueqi was also greatly restricted. Who was it? Who would attack him while he was concocting the pill lightning? Jiang Chen frowned, but he didn't dare to be slow. He had to deal with the sky lightning first. I'll use the last of the sky lightning source as a sacrifice to you guys who don't want to live. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. The 2 sky lightning source intertwined with the pill lightning. Finally, the 3 sky lightning source converged together. Jiang Chen perfectly balanced them to the point where they could fuse at any time. The 3 sky lightning source balanced each other. In Jiang Chen's hands, the sky lightning was like a toy. He devoured all the sky lightning source. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill that was originally filled with violent energy was slowly forming. Golden light shone brightly. The pill fragrance lasted for 10 miles, refreshing the mind. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was finally concocted by Jiang Chen. Chapter 3051. What a terrifying elixir. This fella is actually refining elixirs? It's really shocking to attract such terrifying elixir lightning. Han Wanshan said with a shocked face. His heart was in turmoil. This elixir lightning is really terrifying. How strong is this fella? To be able to refine such a terrifying heavenly lightning, it's really shocking. It was no wonder that his son would die in his hands. Han Wanshan's eyes were filled with greed. No one could stop his determination to take revenge for his son. Now, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. He had no idea how strong Jiang Chen was. Although he was extremely confident in himself and the entire Li Huan sect had come out, he still believed in one thing. It's better to be safe than sorry. This was also the reason why he could stand tall in the death zone around the blissful city. That was to never underestimate any opponent. Only then could you be invincible. Lad, you don't have a chance anymore. I hope that when Jiang Chen wakes up, he won't find you so weak. Ha! Han Wanshan said with a cold smile. At the same time, he finally used his real peerless technique, the soul-stealing divine art that he was so proud of. Although he had yet to refine the 3rd level, no one under the Divine Emperor realm could remain undefeated under his soul-stealing divine art. Then, let's see how strong you are. It won't be long before Jiang Chen finishes refining the elixir and it'll be your death. Xueqi looked at Han Wanshan and said, "Ha ha ha, how strong can the disciple of Qian Renji be? Not to mention her, she doesn't even put you and me in her eyes. How strong can that Jiang Chen be?" Han Wanshan squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying divine soul was released. Soul stripping technique. Bing Yun and Qian Renji were both severely injured and were sent flying. Even Xueqi was greatly suppressed and spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the great Tao inheritance in his body, he might have been hit. Even so, Bing Yun and Qian Renji were severely injured. Xueqi was also suppressed by the soul separation technique. He was far behind Han Wanshan in terms of soul control. Moreover, Han Wanshan was suppressing him. However, Xueqi still managed to hold his ground. At least, he wasn't completely defeated by Han Wanshan. This showed his great confidence. After all, Han Wanshan's name was well known in half of Daming Prefecture. It wasn't an undeserved reputation. Soul extermination. Xueqi was forced back by Han Wanshan once again. This time, his soul suffered great damage. But with the immortal execution sword intent, Xueqi managed to protect his soul. The inheritance of immortal execution great sovereign protected his soul. However, he had already lost all of his will to fight. "I told you, you can't defeat me. Who else can be my enemy after I kill you? Jiang Chen, this kid, is still refining pills. He's just making a wedding dress for me." Ha! Han Wanshan had already expected this scene. He had the strength to defeat anyone below the Divine Emperor realm with the soul-stealing divine art. As long as the opponent's strength was not at the Divine Emperor realm or his soul realm was not much higher than his, then he would not be a match for the soul-stealing divine art. "Am I really going to be killed by this fella?" Xueqi murmured. However, he would not let Han Wanshan stop Jiang Chen from refining pills even if he had to risk his life. "Jiang Chen, when will you be able to finish your cultivation?" Qian Renji was incomparably distressed. They were now in a hopeless situation. Han Wanshan had defeated Xueqi, which meant that they couldn't hold on any longer. If Jiang Chen still didn't wake up, they would probably be killed by him. "Accept your fate. Your lives will be ended by me, Han Wanshan. You should be happy about that." Han Wanshan sneered. As he raised his hand, his long saber had already slashed down with boundless radiance. "You're not qualified to touch my friend, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen swept his sword. Sword chi spread across 800 zhang. The sword pierced through the void and the saber radiance and the sword shadow finally condensed and turned into nothingness. "Jiang Chen? You're finally awake," Qian Renji said excitedly. Jiang Chen did not let them down at the critical moment. "Sorry, it's a little late," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "I'm relieved that you're here." Xueqi let out a long sigh of relief. He was not a match for Han Wanshan, but with Jiang Chen around, he was inexplicably sure that he would never be a match for Jiang Chen. Now, it seemed that if he wanted to surpass Jiang Chen, he would have to fully comprehend the inheritance of immortal execution great emperor to be on par with Jiang Chen. Han Wanshan's eyes were cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. He knew that the person in front of him was the murderer of his son. "You're the murderer of my son." Han Wanshan's face was gloomy and his words were cold. He wanted to kill and rob, so he naturally had to be prepared to be killed. So what if he died because he was weaker? Jiang Chen said coldly. "So what? Ha ha ha, I'll tell you what you should do. A life for a life. I'll use your blood to pay for the soul of my son Shaoqian in heaven." Han Wanshan roared furiously. "I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. Since you've hurt my friend, you shall stay here today and accompany your son forever." Jiang Chen said. "Overconfident fella. I'll give you a good lesson to let you know if you should pay for the sins you've committed with your blood." Han Wanshan did not expect Jiang Chen to only be an early hierarch realm. How dare he challenge me with such little capability? Han Wanshan's heart was beating fast. He knew that he could not underestimate this fella. Even the late hierarch Xueqi seemed to have absolute trust in him. One should never judge a book by its cover. Han Wanshan must not let his guard down in this battle. As the saying goes, even a lion needs to go all out to catch a rabbit. An early hierarch realm cultivator was able to refine such a terrifying pill. It was enough to be taken seriously. "Let's do it. I don't want to waste too much time on you. Jiang Chen said proudly. Brat, you're courting death. Han Wanshan did not hesitate at all. Since Jian Wushuang wanted to die, then he'll fulfill his wish to comfort his son's soul in heaven. Soulless extermination. Han Wanshan did not hold back at all and directly used his soulless extermination on Jiang Chen. Jian Wushuang was not simple. Han Wanshan must not give him any chance. What he valued the most was the nameless pill refined by Jiang Chen. Although he did not know if it was a divine-grade pill, it was definitely not an ordinary pill. Your soulless extermination doesn't seem to be that great. Chapter 3052. At that instant, Han Wanshan's face changed drastically as he realized that his soul-stealing divine art was facing an unprecedented resistance. At the same time, his soul was also facing the crazy counterattack from Jiang Chen. You also know the soul-stealing divine art? Han Wanshan's face changed as he realized that Jiang Chen's soul-stealing divine art was stronger than his. Han Wanshan didn't expect this guy to gain the upper hand in the battle between two soul-stealing divine arts. Furthermore, the most despicable thing was that his soul-stealing divine art didn't suppress Jiang Chen at all. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's departed soul annihilation had left him in a terrible state. Even though he knew his opponent's technique, it was still hard for him to defend against the attack of the soul-stealing divine art. The overwhelming spiritual pressure from Jiang Chen had made him lose his ability to resist. You dare to learn my soul-stealing divine art? Jiang Chen, I'll definitely kill you. Han Wanshan was infuriated. It was too shameful for him to be heavily injured by his famous technique. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to execute his soul-stealing divine art to such perfection. It was even better than his own. The soul-stealing divine art is simply a waste in your hands. You can't unleash the true power of the soul-stealing divine art. Jiang Chen said coldly. Han Wanshan was infuriated. This was a blatant humiliation. His own method had become someone else's method to punish him. Who would be able to stand it? Han Wanshan retaliated at lightning speed. However, Jiang Chen wasn't someone easy to deal with. At this moment, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't give him a chance to turn the tables. Battle soul awakens. Soul shakes the 9 heavens. Han Wanshan roared in rage as his aura once again rose to its peak. The other Hierarch Realm Elders also took the opportunity to defend Han Wanshan. The 10 Hierarch Realm experts could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen only needed to raise his hand to send a late Hierarch Realm Grand Elder flying with a punch. Everyone was in disbelief. Not only that, 2 early Hierarch Realm Elders' bodies were penetrated by Jiang Chen's punch and their souls were destroyed. Such power was like a peerless god of death. Even Han Wanshan could sense how terrifying Jiang Chen was at this moment. This fella was the true Azura god of death. Han Wanshan's soul power continued to rise and he even reached the mid-divine emperor realm. He once again used the soul-stealing divine art to attack Jiang Chen. However, it was useless this time. The only difference was that he was more injured than before. The backlash from the soul-stealing divine art had almost destroyed his soul in an instant. Damn fella! His soul power is actually so powerful. Just how did he cultivate it? While Han Wanshan was hesitating, Jiang Chen had already arrived. His dreadful fist aura soared up to the sky and landed on the surrounding area. Han Wanshan took a few steps back, but Jiang Chen's mightiness only increased. Han Wanshan was instantly suppressed by Jiang Chen to the point where he could hardly breathe. This is the real Jiang Chen. Looks like it's impossible for me to surpass you within 100 years. Xueqi murmured. But he didn't give up. With the inheritance of a great sovereign in his hand, all he needed was time. Once he was given enough time to grow, he would surely surpass Jiang Chen. Once his path to becoming a great sovereign was fully developed, no one in the northern Coal Divine region or even the central region Divine Land could suppress him anymore. Therefore, Xueqi wasn't in a hurry. One day, he would be able to see the light of the moon. At that moment, he would become a peerless sovereign. Jiang Chen was the only target he wanted to surpass. However, Jiang Chen's talent was too strong and his speed was too fast. Xueqi was still not a match for Jiang Chen even though he had been cultivating so hard. Chen Renji was very confident in Jiang Chen. If Han Wanshan couldn't handle Jiang Chen, then Jiang Chen would be courting death by entering Tongxian Mansion. Since Jiang Chen had such a thought, he must be confident. At least, he wouldn't act recklessly. "You've forced me to do this. I would like to see how strong your soul energy is." Han Wanshan grunted with a gloomy look and murmured incantations. "All disciples, listen to my command. Leave your soul and return to the universe. Only I can use it." 10,000 souls returned to one, soul shaking the heavens. As soon as Han Wanshan finished his incantation, tens of thousands of disciples of the Lihuan sect looked stupefied. Their souls were all devoured by Han Wanshan at this moment. Their soul energy was filled with endless anger, fear, panic and despair. Under the devouring of Han Wanshan's soul energy was strengthened and instantly skyrocketed. This was out of Jiang Chen's expectation. Han Wanshan was willing to use the entire sect's strength to stabilize his soul energy, allowing his strength to skyrocket. "Sect leader, you can't." "Sect leader. Sigh, the Lihuan sect is going to perish. This is simply digging his own grave. You don't understand at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the sovereign was at the end of his life, he would never do such a thing. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as the sovereign is still alive, the Lihuan sect will have the possibility to rise again. But if the sovereign falls, the Lihuan sect will be in real danger." On the entire mountain range, only the 10 great elders were left. All the disciples of the Lihuan sect had their souls devoured by Han Wanshan. Even Xueqi, Qian Renji and the others couldn't help but gasp. This Han Wanshan was way too cruel. To think that he would treat his own people so cruelly. This was basically equivalent to the destruction of the sect. The strength of the sect was completely devoured. Who could have imagined that in an instant, thousands of people would be annihilated under the control of Han Wanshan? This was simply killing people. Jiang Chen frowned. This fellow was even scarier than the devils from hell. To devour his own people just to increase his own strength. What was the difference between him and a devil? Cruel and heartless. The Lihuan sect was destined to be annihilated. Those pitiful innocent souls didn't even have the chance to seek justice. They thought that they could rely on a powerful backer. Who knew that their lives would be ended by the sect leader himself. The resentment of the soul continued to gather. Tens of thousands of souls were gathered. Han Wanshan's eyes were filled with bloodlust. Compared to before, he was even more violent, bloodthirsty and insane. It seemed like he wanted to devour Jiang Chen as well. "Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You're digging your own grave." Jiang Chen bellowed. "As long as I can kill you and take revenge for my son Xiaoqian, so what if I have to kill the entire world? Humph, die, kid." Chapter 3053. Tens of thousands of souls were flying around in the sky, forming a formation with resentment. With the control of Han Wanshan, Xueqi's expression changed drastically. The 10,000 soul resentment formation made them feel like they were being oppressed by tens of thousands of souls. The power of resentment was fully unleashed. Even a half-step divine emperor expert would have to avoid it. Han Wanshan had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. This was the first time he used it. With such terrifying power, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Chen. Most importantly, his soul energy had also reached the late divine emperor realm. He had been cultivating his soul energy for so many years. His soul energy had already reached the early divine emperor realm. Now, with the help of the boundless energy of vengeful spirits, his soul energy had undergone a qualitative change. In this way, it was absolutely safe for him to deal with Jiang Chen. "You want to suppress me with just the power of 10,000 souls? Aren't you being too delusional?" Jiang Chen said coldly. He waved his hand and the great Yu soul forming light was instantly thrown into the void by Jiang Chen. Tens of thousands of souls were devoured by the great Yu soul forming light, and the soul power was purified by the great Yu soul forming light. The great Yu soul forming light was no longer the same as before. It was just a piece of cake for Jiang Chen to subdue the souls. The scene shocked everyone once again. The elders of the Lihuan sect were dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of resentment spirits were wiped out by Jiang Chen in an instant. Most importantly, tens of thousands of people had died because of this, and it was as if it had not even caused the slightest ripple. Wasn't this too not worth it? The one with the worst expression was Han Wanshan. The 10,000 soul resentment formation that he had spent so much effort to set up was destroyed by Jiang Chen in an instant. It was too shocking. "I'll fight you to the death today." Third style of the soul-stealing divine art, soul-stealing technique. Hun Wanshan was truly furious. Even he himself had not fully comprehended the third style of the soul-seizing spirit. Even if he cast it with his late divine emperor soul strength, it was still a drop in the bucket. Because the third style could only be cast with the soul strength of an emperor realm expert. Hun Wanshan had lost his chance to cast the third style of the soul-seizing spirit. He knew that if he did not try his best, he would die a horrible death. Jiang Chen was too terrifying. Not only did he completely suppress him, he did not even give him a chance to breathe. Even the myriad soul grievance formation could not do anything to him. The third style of the soul-seizing spirit would be his final masterpiece. Digging your own grave. You asked for it. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. At the same time, Jiang Chen didn't use the soul-stealing divine art but used absolute soul power to resist Hun Wanshan. The Emperor Realm Soul was released at this moment. The terrifying soul power covered Hun Wanshan. At that moment, Hun Wanshan was in complete despair. He had never thought that Jiang Chen's soul power would be this terrifying. How could an early hierarch kid have such a powerful soul power? Why? The Emperor Realm Soul was a goal that he could never reach in his life. He had forcefully used the soul-stealing divine art. It meant that he had to risk his life to fight for it. However, he failed to predict the end. He was completely devoured by Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm Soul. He would never forget that despair. Emperor Realm Soul. This is impossible. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Hun Wanshan's heartbreaking roar was deafening. However, he had completely fallen into the soul's devouring. He hadn't reached the realm to use the third style. Forcefully using it was equivalent to digging his own grave. At this moment, he had lost the ability to fight against Jiang Chen. The Emperor Realm Soul had completely sealed him. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only accept the judgment of death. Hun Wanshan's soul was already full of holes. He didn't even manage to injure himself. At this moment, Hun Wanshan was defeated by himself. He succeeded because of the soul-stealing divine art, but he failed because of the soul-stealing divine art. You only have yourself to blame for all of this, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Hun Wanshan was like a mad bull. He had lost his initial peerless demeanor. At this moment, death was the only way for him to escape. Jiang Chen didn't give Hun Wanshan any chance. With a sweep of his sword, the treacherous hero fell. One had to admit that Hun Wanshan was strong. He could be considered as a treacherous hero of his generation. However, it was a pity that he had no chance to fight back against Jiang Chen. At this moment, the elders of the Li Huan sect exchanged glances. All of them wanted to escape. However, they didn't have the slightest chance to do so. The terrifying Emperor Realm Soul of Jiang Chen had completely sealed them within. Help me do one thing. Once it's done, your life and death will be determined by fate. If you're still alive, you'll be free. If you're dead, it'll be the will of the heavens. Jiang Chen looked at the remaining 8 elders of the Li Huan sect coldly and said faintly, everyone had the desire to live. Plus, they weren't loyal to the Li Huan sect. What Hun Wanshan had done previously had already made them disheartened. At this moment, they had to compromise in order to survive. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would kill them without hesitation. Jiang Chen looked at the 8 elders of the Li Huan sect coldly. This is an intestine-piercing bone-rotting pill. As long as you do this for me, the grudge between us will be settled. You can choose to leave, I will not stop you. With a flick of Jiang Chen's finger, everyone received a red elixir. After hesitating for a moment, they directly swallowed it. This was because they had no other choice but to obey Jiang Chen's orders. Live or die. No matter how dangerous it was, at least for them, there was still hope of survival. What do we need to do, or rather, where should we go? The great elder of the Li Huan sect asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen looked to the east and said indifferently, what you need to do is to follow me to Tongxian Mansion. Why are we going to Tongxian Mansion? We don't belong to Tongxian Mansion. I'm afraid they won't accept us. Everyone was puzzled. We're going to Tongxian Mansion, not to stay there, but to flatten Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen's words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces turned as red as a pig's liver. Needless to say, how powerful was Tongxian Mansion? It was the most terrifying existence in Fengyun County. Tongxian Mansion had stood for thousands of years and was unreachable. Today, He actually threatened to destroy Tongxian Mansion. He was simply digging his own grave. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. However, since they had already taken Jiang Chen's poison, they had no other choice. Jiang Chen and the others rested for a while and finally prepared to go to Tongxian Mansion to rescue Long Shersan. Chapter 3054. But this time, Jiang Chen needed to adjust himself to his best condition. Moreover, he needed to be careful. Otherwise, he would be walking right into a trap if he alerted the others. Although he was ready to fight the profound connection Divine Palace, he was not sure how strong they were. Although the Great Mansion Master isn't here in Tongxian Mansion, the Second Mansion Master and Third Mansion Master are both half-step Divine Emperors. It's too difficult for you to fight against them. Chen Renji said seriously. She was worried about Jiang Chen. After all, he had decided to break off his relationship with Tongxian Mansion. There was no room for negotiation. 2 half-step Divine Emperors? Give me enough time, I might be able to fight against them. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Chen Renji and the others were shocked. Since Jiang Chen dared to say such words, he must have his own plans. It was definitely not groundless. Apart from that, Master Lin has more than 10 subordinates. All of them are late Hierarch Realm. There are more than 50 middle Hierarch Realm mentors, dozens of early Hierarch Realm disciples and thousands of Divine King Realm experts. These are the mainstays of the entire Tongxian Mansion. Chen Renji said. Obviously, she recognized the strength of Tongxian Mansion. After all, it was a super force that had existed in Fengyun Prefecture for millions of years. These were just the surface strength. No one knew what kind of foundation they had. It's indeed a headache. I will try my best. Jiang Chen nodded silently. These terrifying experts made one's scalp numb, especially the 8 Hierarch Realm Elders of Li Huan's sect. They could only smile bitterly. Now, they could only follow Jiang Chen and fight to the death. This guy was seeking his own death. However, they had already boarded the pirate ship. Jiang Chen would not give them a chance to retreat. I'm coming. Damn monkey, I will not let you be trapped here for so long. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, lang, and looked in the direction of Tongxian Mansion. In the Heaven Dragon prison, the Third Mansion Master said with a smile, Second brother, you should be able to completely refine this fellow in no time, right? I still need a little more time, but it should be soon. Although this fellow is stubborn, I only need time to refine him. When he is completely refined by me, his soul will also be completely destroyed, said the Second Palace Master with an indifferent tone. His expression was filled with pride and confidence. However, during this period of time, that demonic monkey had caused him to suffer greatly. That fellow's soul was unyielding even in death. No matter how much he interrogated it, he was unable to make it submit. If it wasn't for the fact that he was powerful enough, refining that demonic monkey wouldn't be that easy. Then I'll have to congratulate you, second brother. Hee. It's really a double blessing for you. Now that you've subdued this demonic monkey, your strength will definitely rise to another level. Now that the origin of lightning is almost completely condensed, you'll be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm soon. The Third Mansion Master could not help but exclaim. Don't worry. Once I break through to the Divine Emperor realm, I will definitely help you take down the demonic beasts in the Ghost Valley as soon as possible so that you can break through again. Now that Big Brother is alone, we need to help each other to become stronger. The Second Mansion Master nodded and said. The Third Mansion Master's eyes lit up and he said in surprise. Then I'll thank Second Brother first. Hee, you should seize the time to break through. Then I can also follow Second Brother and soar to the sky. It can't be said to be a double blessing. However, once I subdue that demonic monkey and control his spiritual strength, he will definitely have great achievements in the future. As for that fellow in the thundercloud space, it won't be easy to deal with him. We have already made those students cultivate the heavenly lightning essence for a few million years, and we finally have some progress. When we completely refine the heavenly lightning essence, there will definitely be a life and death battle between me and the heavenly lightning essence. Even so, the heavenly lightning essence has been completely weakened after losing the majority of the heavenly lightning essence. It won't be a match for me. The Second Mansion Master said proudly. Everything was ready now. Now, he would be able to refine the lightning origin in no time. By then, the heavenly lightning on the lightning gathering peak would be completely under his control, completely devouring the lightning origin that had been fighting against him for millions of years. By then, he would be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Second Mansion Master, outside the Heaven Dragon prison, there's a woman, Wu Ningzhu, asking to see you. A low voice reverberated in the Heaven Dragon prison. The Second Mansion Master frowned. Who is this person? He doesn't know her, but is he someone that anyone can see? I won't see her, the Second Mansion Master said coldly. She wants to ask about the Second Mansion Master about Jiang Chen and the others leaving the Heaven Dragon prison. The old man's words were passed to the Second Mansion Master again. Wait, you said she wants to ask about Jiang Chen? All right, let her wait for me outside the Heaven Dragon Tower. The Second Mansion Master squinted his eyes and said, Third brother, go and cultivate first. That damned monkey is already at the end of his rope. You don't need to guard him day and night. I understand your intention. 3 days later, protect me. I'm going to fight against the lightning origin. Whether I can break through to the Divine Emperor realm or not depends on this. All right, I'll listen to you, second brother. After saying that, the two quickly disappeared from the Heaven Dragon prison. Little Chenzi, I didn't expect that we would be separated forever. Ha ha ha, what a pity. I can't even find my father. I can't accept this. On the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison, the person tied to the stone frame was Long Shersan. At the moment, Long Shersan was in a mess. He was covered in blood and his eyes were blurred. Apart from persevering as usual, his entire body was badly injured by the Second Mansion Master. What had supported him for more than 100 years until now was only an obsession. He wanted to live and fight alongside his brothers. He wanted to live and find the truth about his father. However, from this moment onwards, Long Shersan finally couldn't hold on any longer. This guy kept devouring his soul power and compressing his body, weakening his soul in the end. It wouldn't take long before his soul power was completely exhausted. His soul would perish and he would probably become the Second Mansion Master's puppet at that moment. Chapter 3055. Little Chenzi, you must avenge me. You must. Shersan let out a heart-wrenching roar. The pain of despair was constantly being released in his heart, filling him with despair. Lingji, Long Shersan, am sorry for what I did to you. Shersan murmured. His soul fire was constantly being weakened and was on the brink of death, as though it could vanish at any moment. In the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen said to the third elder in a deep voice, How can I pass through the barrier of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison? As a high-ranking elder of the Tongxian Mansion, you should know how to pass through the barrier of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison, right? The third elder took a glance at Jiang Chen and asked in astonishment. What? What do you want to do? Save my brother. Jiang Chen said. You want to break into the Tongxian Mansion by force? Are you crazy? Even if I'm no match for you, do you think you can do whatever you want? You have no idea how powerful the Tongxian Mansion is. You're courting death. The third elder sneered. I don't need you to tell me whether I'm courting death or not. You just need to tell me what I should do to pass through the barrier of the 17th floor. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands. Jiang Chen's calm voice made the third elder panic. After all, his life was in Jiang Chen's hands now. It would not be easy for him to escape. He had no choice but to obey Jiang Chen. Will you let me go if I tell you? The third elder said anxiously. He was really afraid that this guy was a madman who killed people without batting an eyelid. If that was the case, he might be killed mercilessly. He might be used now, but he would be abandoned mercilessly when he lost his value. I, Jiang Chen, am a man of my words, but I don't like it when people lie to me. Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences. Even before I die, I can easily crush you to death. In this Zulong Tower, I am the only true god. Under Jiang Chen's pressure, the third elder could only grit his teeth and give in. He couldn't be blamed for not being able to do anything. He could only choose to take a step back and hope that Jiang Chen wouldn't go back on his word. The barrier on the 17th floor of Tongxian Mansion is at its weakest every time the guards change shifts. It won't cause too much of a ripple if you take action at that time. It shouldn't be difficult for you to kill the Hierarch Realm guards and save them. After this is done, I hope you can do as you say. The third elder said solemnly. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Moreover, I don't have any deep grudges against you. You'll have to help me stall the second mansion master. Otherwise, there's no need for you to exist. This is a bone-perforating pill. Don't think about how to get out of my control. It's impossible for you to cure this bone-perforating pill. After this is done, I'll give you the antidote. Even if you find the best alchemist, he won't be able to cure the poison in your body. Every alchemist has absolute confidence in this. Jiang Chen flicked his finger. The third elder's hands trembled slightly, but he still received the bone-piercing pill. If he didn't eat it, his life would be taken away. The reason why Jiang Chen restricted him like this was because he was afraid that the third elder might have the intention to rebel. The third elder also understood the methods of these alchemists. Unless it was a pill that could defy the heavens and change one's fate, the pills refined by different alchemists could only be solved by themselves. This was also the reason why many people were unwilling to offend or even be controlled by alchemists, because their ability to restrict others was too strong. Jiang Chen left the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Shuel Yang, Qian Renji, Bing Yun and the 8 Hierarch Realm experts were ready to set off at any time. They were only waiting for Jiang Chen's order. You should enter my Zulong Tower first. I'll sneak in first. If the situation changes, I'll be able to react accordingly. Jiang Chen said. But, don't I need to go back to Tongxian Mansion first? I can help you stall the second mansion master first. It'll be easier for you to save the others. Qian Renji said worriedly. No need. I have someone else in mind. Jiang Chen said. Qian Renji nodded. She knew that it must be the third elder, but the main reason was that Jiang Chen didn't want Qian Renji to be involved in this matter, because the situation was too dangerous. Jiang Chen wouldn't let any of them lose their lives because of this. He must save Long Shersan first. Only then could he start a war with Tongxian Mansion. Jiang Chen would never let Long Shersan suffer such humiliation for nothing. No matter who it was, Jiang Chen would make them pay with blood. Jiang Chen took everyone into the Zulong Tower. However, at this moment, he followed the third elder back to Tongxian Mansion. Everyone knew the third elder. Although Jiang Chen had won the first place in the freshman competition, not everyone knew him. I can't hold on for too long. Once the second mansion master asks about it, I'm afraid I'll be exposed. You must finish it as soon as possible. The third elder said in a deep voice. I understand. Just do what you should do. I hope you can keep your promise, said the third elder. He didn't want to die. The desire to win was very strong, especially for someone like him who had lived for millions of years. He didn't want to die in the long river of history. His fame, his strength, his desire, none of them could make him disregard life and death. Jiang Chen disguised himself and directly entered the Heaven Dragon prison. The Heaven Dragon prison was still the same as before. Some people were quietly condensing heaven fire crystals, while others were painstakingly cultivating. After entering the 10th floor, there was almost no one else. In the 15th floor of the Heaven Fire Purgatory, Jiang Chen once again met the little girl called Bai Yun. Ah, isn't this Hei too? I haven't seen you for a long time. I really missed you. The little girl instantly opened her eyes from her meditative state and looked at Jiang Chen, who had already put on a disguise. She was still able to see through his disguise at first glance. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Why did he have to meet this little girl at this time? Moreover, she actually recognized him at a glance. Although his disguise was very hard to discover, Jiang Chen had forgotten that there were not many people who could enter the 15th floor of Heaven Fire Crystals. I have something to do today. I don't have time to play with you. Jiang Chen turned around and directly entered the 16th floor of the Heaven Fire Purgatory. No, you have to play with me. Hey, if you leave just like that, won't I lose face? Chapter 3056. There were 2 Hierarch Realm experts guarding the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen used the soul-snatching divine technique to instantly kill the 2 of them. The 2 guards fell to the ground silently. Hey 2, what are you doing? Bai Yun's delicate face slightly changed, but there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. Bai Yun, what I'm doing now has nothing to do with you. You'd better not get involved. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret it when you realize it. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, the more you don't want me to know, the more I want to know. Hee hee. Bai Yun showed a proud expression and thought, Let's see what you can do to me. Do whatever you want. Just don't get in my way. Jiang Chen frowned. This girl was a little difficult to deal with. Moreover, her strength was strange. Jiang Chen did not want to be entangled with her too much. Okay. I'll definitely not disturb you. I'll just watch and not say a word. Bai Yun smiled and walked behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly entered the 17th floor of Heaven Fire Purgatory. At that moment, his eyes were wet. He never thought that the dispirited, disheveled and bloody man on the stone shelf in front of him was Long San, the arrogant and peerless demon monkey. Jiang Chen's heart slightly trembled. It was so painful that he found it hard to breathe. He took a deep breath and his face became extremely cold. Even Bai Yun behind him could feel the majestic murderous intent from Jiang Chen. He hated himself for not being able to come earlier. He hated himself for not being able to save San. That was why San had to suffer so much. He hated himself for being incompetent. The visible scars on Long San's body were so deep that his bones could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. Jiang Chen could not even bear to look at it because he was his dearest brother. No one knew what he was feeling at that moment. He could not wait to cut the second mansion master and everyone in Tongxian Mansion into 1,000 pieces. He wanted to avenge Long San. Although he might not have the chance to fight against Tongxian Mansion, he wanted to avenge Long San even if he knew he would die. Damn monkey! Little Chenzi! The moment Jiang Chen called out to Long San raised his head almost at the same time. He could feel his brother appearing in front of him when he was at his weakest and most painful moment. The excitement he felt was indescribable. His friendship was as strong as gold. Long San's blood-red eyes were slightly moist at that moment. He could not believe what he was seeing. He had endured too much pain and suffering for more than 100 years. He was on the verge of breaking down. No one knew what he had gone through in the past 100 years. However, from his scarred face, Jiang Chen could feel Long San's undying will and unswerving faith. Otherwise, he might have collapsed and would not be standing in front of him alive. A man does not easily shed tears unless he is deeply hurt. A cold glint flashed in Long San's eyes. He knew that he would have a chance to see the light of day again if little Chenzi was here. He would never let Tongxian Mansion have an easy time. He would carve out the second mansion master's flesh bit by bit to pay for the 100 years of torture he had endured. In this world, the only person that Long San could hope for was Jiang Chen. When he was on the verge of despair and death was approaching, he only had one thought in his mind. As long as little Chenzi was here, he would be satisfied. He would not regret it even if he had to die 9 times because little Chenzi would definitely avenge him. Long San had thought that he was on the verge of death. However, he did not expect that little Chenzi would reignite his vitality when he was on the verge of despair. No one could understand how it felt. Long San had been shouting non-stop. Because of this, Jiang Chen had sensed the desperate vitality. He had been struggling on the verge of death. That was why he had felt an extremely strong call in the Heaven Dragon prison. That call was telepathic. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have had the opportunity to pursue his curiosity and see Long San's desperate face. The injuries he had suffered were unimaginable and unimaginable. I'm here. No one can bully you anymore. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Lung Lung said. When he had said those words, he had blamed himself and felt so much pain. Long San had also held back his tears. However, he was sobbing in his heart. The brotherly friendship and deep affection was the greatest wealth of his life. Jiang Chen was his only family. Little Chenzi, we can fight side by side again. Ha ha! Long San roared and held back his tears. His heroic fighting spirit were once again ignited by Jiang Chen. His blazing anger was also ignited. The second palace master used his soul to seal your strength? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and his expression became extremely ugly. Long San was heavily injured and on the verge of death. His soul was also suppressed to the limit by the second palace master. If Jiang Chen did not show up in time, he might not be able to hold on for much longer. Yeah. I was heavily injured by the lightning tribulation when I was breaking through to the late Divine King realm. Coincidentally, that bastard appeared and suppressed me. From now on, I will never be able to make a comeback. He wants me to submit to him and become his demonic beast. What a joke. I, Long San, will never submit to anyone even if I have to die. Long Shersan said while gritting his teeth. His anger made Jiang Chen feel the anger and despair he had felt in the past. My recovery ability is very strong. Don't worry. As long as I can escape from that bastard's control, I will definitely recover quickly. Soul suppression. Your strength is injured and your soul realm is not as good as the second palace master. You can only be suppressed. Jiang Chen slightly frowned his brows. A terrifying soul energy was released and instantly broke through the soul shackles left by the second palace master. In an instant, Long Shersan was freed. What a terrifying soul energy. Little Chenzi, your strength. Long Shersan looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Just an early hierarch realm. Compared to you, there's still a gap. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You bastard. Long Shersan smiled bitterly. However, his eyes were filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Long Shersan's body was on the verge of collapsing. He knelt down on one knee with a ferocious expression. He slowly raised his head and his blood-red eyes flickered. His gaze was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens, rising up to the sky and looking down upon the world. I, Long Shersan, am back. Chapter 3057. I, Long Shersan, am back again. Long Shersan Lung said. He stretched out his hand and grasped the unparalleled divine staff. A monstrous demonic flame shot out from his eyes. That kind of arrogance and haughtiness that disregarded everything was insufferably arrogant. So cool! Bai Yun exclaimed. Her small face was full of shock. She covered her small mouth and her eyes were full of little stars of worship. You are injured too badly. I will protect you and restore your strength as soon as possible. Today, we will turn the Tongxian mansion upside down. Jiang Chen Lung said. Great! Great! Bai Yun cheered for Jiang Chen and shouted happily. Who is she? Long Shersan glanced at Bai Yun and asked. My name is Bai Yun. Are you Long Shersan? Can I call you Brother Shersan? Bai Yun squinted her eyes and chuckled. Her pretty face was full of excitement. I don't know her at all. Black lines appeared on Shersan's forehead. Isn't this girl being too friendly? You don't know me and I don't know you, but you are very cool. That's how we know each other. Bai Yun said in a serious tone. What logic is this? Long Shersan said coldly. Brother Shersan, are you going to turn the Tongxian mansion upside down with hay too? Count me in, count me in. It sounds like fun. Bai Yun said eagerly. If you like it, let's play together. But if you fail, you may face a choice of life and death. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. This little girl was quite interesting. However, Jiang Chen had to guard against her because he had not figured out her background yet. I will pass the myriad qi to you first to help you recover. Jiang Chen said. Long Shersan nodded silently. Brother Shersan, let me give you a hand too. Bai Yun said happily. You? Long Shersan said faintly. Bai Yun's strength was about the same as Jiang Chen's, an early hierarch realm. However, he knew Jiang Chen's strength was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Don't look down on me. Bai Yun pouted. If you have the heart, help him recover his strength with me. Jiang Chen said. Good. You know me well. White Cloud revealed a pair of beautiful canine teeth and was in high spirits. Long Shersan's body was simply too weak. The damage done to it by the second master was simply too horrible to look at. Jiang Chen could only heal his divine origin energy as quickly as possible, but the injuries to his body wouldn't heal so quickly. Passing the myriad qi to Long Shersan could only achieve this result. Not long after, Long Shersan recovered his strength. At this moment, his body was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Jiang Chen was completely shocked. Since when did this guy have such a terrifying recovery ability? Isn't this comparable to my myriad qi body? At this moment, Jiang Chen turned his head and saw Bai Yun's red face was filled with seriousness. Bai Yun was constantly transferring his myriad qi into Long Shersan's body. She's not human. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. If it was a human's myriad qi, Long Shersan might not be able to withstand it. However, Bai Yun's myriad qi allowed Long Shersan's body to recover at such a terrifying speed. Even Jiang Chen was a little shocked. Of course, he wasn't completely sure because Shersan's recovery ability was also very strong. Perhaps it was his own recovery ability, But he wasn't sure. Not long after, Long Shersan's body had completely recovered. Moreover, the domineering aura that soared to the sky had once again appeared on his body. His eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, his domineering aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. With the peerless divine staff in his hand, that kind of aura that could reach the sky was really unstoppable. Shersan's fearless and awe-inspiring aura was especially so. His heroic spirit was like a raging bull. Suddenly, Long Shersan opened his eyes. His aura made Jiang Chen excited. With the strength of a late hierarch realm, no one below the half-step divine emperor would be a match for him. He might even be able to put up a fight against a half-step divine emperor. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Bai Yun said in a daze. The rosy color on her face had been replaced by paleness. Long Shersan looked at Bai Yun in surprise. Bai Yun was the main reason why he could recover so quickly. Because her origin chi had such a terrifying recovery ability. Even Long Shersan could not catch up to her. Thank you, Long Shersan said in a low voice. He was not good with words, but the word thank you came from the bottom of his heart. As long as Brother Shersan can recover. Hee. Bai Yun chuckled. Her cheeky face was once again filled with mischief. Even Jiang Chen sighed. The mischievous Bai Yun had become an obedient girl. Everything has its vanquisher. She seemed to be very close to Long Shersan. Bastard, I will take back the mark you left on me bit by bit. I will crush your bones and scatter your soul, never to be reincarnated. Long Shersan was enraged. He wanted to turn Tongxian Mansion upside down. He wanted the so-called second mansion master to be punished for his sins. Us brothers can finally work together again. So what if he's a half-step divine emperor? I will fight with my sword. Who dares to stand in my way? Jiang Chen roared. At this moment, his aura became extremely terrifying. His eyes met with Long Shersan's. At that moment, there was only endless battle intent in both brothers' eyes. This is the Immortal Execution battle armor. The purple cloud feather belongs to the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. It has the effect of protecting one's life. Ha! Jiang Chen threw the Immortal Execution battle armor to Long Shersan. Long Shersan did not stand on ceremony. He naturally knew how terrifying the Immortal Execution Great Emperor was. His things were naturally treasures. There was no need for him to stand on ceremony with Jiang Chen. All right. Long Shersan wore the Immortal Execution battle armor and the purple cloud feather on his head. His aura was even stronger, like a peerless god of war. At this moment, Long Shersan's sharpness had reached a peak. He really had the ambition to compete with the heavens. So cool, so cool. Bai Yun said with an infatuated look. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. This little girl was definitely Dragon Shersan's worshipper. Even Jiang Chen's brilliance was overshadowed by Dragon Shersan. However, Jiang Chen was not sad but happy. His brother's strength was also his strength. If anyone dared to touch him, Dragon Shersan would certainly repay them 10-fold or 100-fold. Really overestimating yourself. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to really come back. Jiang Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 3058. You came just in time. Even if you didn't appear, I would have gone to look for you. Long Shersan squinted his eyes and stared at the second mansion lord at the entrance of the 17th floor of Purgatory. That kind of enmity was irreconcilable. Loser, I'm about to succeed. Unfortunately, it's all because of that bastard Jiang Chen. Otherwise you would have become my pet. Sigh. The second mansion lord looked at Long Shersan and sighed. Dream on, bastard. Today I, Long Shersan, will kill you to avenge my blood feud. Long Shersan said in a deep voice. The moment he saw the second mansion lord again, the anger in his eyes had reached the highest heavens. You're overestimating yourself. Humph. The profound connection Divine Palace gave you such a good opportunity, but you didn't even let go of the third elder. If it wasn't for the fact that I've set up an inescapable net, I'm afraid you would have escaped. The second mansion lord harumphed. You killed the third elder? How did you know about this? Jiang Chen frowned. Because I'm still alive. Shangguan Yenyun's figure stepped out from behind the second mansion lord. Jiang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. So it's this fella. You didn't expect it, right? I didn't die in the great emperor's tomb but was sucked into an absolute space. Shangguan Yenyun said proudly. What about Shang Kuan? Jiang Qin said. Such a useless person is under your control just like the third elder. What's the point of keeping him alive? The second mansion lord said faintly. His eyes were filled with disdain and coldness. Jiang Chen was like a turtle in a jar. He set up a formation to seal Jiang Chen and wait for him to walk into the trap. It seemed like he had made the right bet. What a good plan. But do you think you can make us submit just like that? You're too naive, second mansion lord. Jiang Chen said coldly. A mere hierarch dares to go against me? Looks like you're really bold. I can crush you like ants if I want to. The second mansion master glanced at White Cloud and continued. Xiao Baiyun, could it be that you also want to be my enemy? Big brother didn't bring you back to betray Tongxian Mansion. I don't care. I'll be wherever brother Shersan is. Baiyun snorted coldly, his face full of indignation. Good, good, good. Since that's the case, I'll send you all to hell together. The second palace master bellowed furiously, his face completely darkening. In order to kill Jiang Chen, this unknown outer palace disciple, he, as the palace master, had schemed and schemed for a long time. Boundless primordial chaos array. Activate. The second mansion master said coldly. The entire Heaven Dragon prison, the 17th floor, was completely sealed at that moment. Along with the endless flames of the Inferno Hell, the boundless primordial chaos array was instantly activated, trapping Jiang Chen, Long Shersan, and the others within it. After 49 days, the people in the boundless primordial chaos array will be completely refined by the flames of the Inferno Hell. The chaotic heaven fire is born from the boundless primordial chaos. You'll die miserably and miserably. Ha ha ha. The second mansion master saw Long Shersan and Jiang Chen's angry eyes, but the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more excited. Jiang Chen, this arrogant outer palace disciple, dared to challenge his dignity. The second mansion master had always abhorred evil. Naturally, he would not let go of someone who dared to challenge him. Moreover, these two fellas turned out to be sworn brothers, which really surprised him. However, if he wanted to kill them, he would kill them together. In his opinion, it was not a pity. However, it was extremely difficult to kill this spiritual stone monkey. After 49 days, he could at most refine that human, but spiritual stone monkey might not be able to completely refine him. By that time, even if he was still alive, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight. It was just the right time for him to subdue him. At that moment, his strength would increase once again. As one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, spiritual stone monkey was even stronger than the ancient divine beasts, the dragon phoenix and the black tortoise. Jumping out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements, there were only 1 or 2 spiritual beasts that surpassed the divine beasts. Now that he had gotten his hands on it, it would not be difficult for him to surpass his big brother in the future. What a terrifying formation! Long Shersan squinted his eyes. He knew nothing about formations. Whether or not he could break the formation depended on Jiang Chen. Aren't you too arrogant and confident? Do you think a mere fire formation can trap us? Jiang Chen was disdainful. Although this chaos element everlasting formation looked extremely terrifying, requiring at least a half-step divine emperor to have any hope of breaking the formation, it was a piece of cake for him. Jiang Chen's eyes moved. A corner of the no-beginning formation in his mind started to deduce the chaos element everlasting formation. The formless flame in the chaos element everlasting formation gushed out. This was formed by the flames of the 17th level of Hell of Earth Fire. It was rather terrifying. That depends on whether you have the capability to do so. How arrogant! The second prefecture master did not believe that Jiang Chen could really break the formation. He said that this formation was worthless. Could it be that he was mocking me? Death was at hand and he did not know it. This was the saddest thing. How long do you need? Long Shersan looked at Jiang Chen and asked. He believed that little Chenzi could definitely break the formation. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Jiang Chen said. Conservatively, breaking the chaos element everlasting formation in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn would not be a problem. As expected, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the chaos element everlasting formation began to show signs of disorder. However, at this moment, the second prefecture master's face finally became solemn. This chaos element everlasting formation was left behind by his elder brother. It was extremely powerful. Even if he wanted to break the formation, he would need at least 100 years to do so. Moreover, he might not be able to escape unscathed. However, this fella actually used the time it took for an incense stick to burn to make a hole appear in the chaos element everlasting formation. It was even on the verge of collapse. Damn it. He really broke the formation. This fella is really strange. The second prefecture master knew that his chaos element everlasting formation could no longer cause any damage to Jiang Chen and Long Shan. It seemed like he had to take action himself. Break for me. Jiang Chen's fingertip lightly tapped, and the chaos element everlasting formation that was originally shrouding them dissipated like water ripples, turning into nothingness. The chaos element everlasting formation was easily broken by Jiang Chen. The second prefecture master's face did not look too ugly. Jiang Chen, Long Shan, and White Cloud turned into 3 streaks of light and rapidly charged out of the Heaven Dragon prison. Looks like I won't be able to suppress you guys if I don't personally take action. Many people who were cultivating in the Heaven Dragon prison and Heaven Dragon pagoda were shocked. At this moment, they were all watching this scene. Jiang Chen's return had greatly shocked them. Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen. He's finally back. Chapter 3059. It's been 100 years. Jiang Chen is finally back. I wonder what kind of surprise he will bring us after he enters the inner mansion. Haha, this fella's strength is unparalleled in the outer mansion. He could already kill Hierarch Realm experts when he was still a divine king. Now that his strength has broken through to the Hierarch Realm, I wonder who else in the inner mansion can beat him. Haha. More and more people looked at Jiang Chen, the most terrifying genius in Tongxian Mansion in the past 10,000 years. Who's that? His strength has reached the late Hierarch Realm? He seems to be even stronger than Master Lin. Yeah, he's wearing golden armor and has feathers on his head. He's really domineering. And that little girl, she's also a Hierarch Realm expert? The appearance of Jiang Chen and the others made everyone solemn as they watched the scene in silence. Jiang Chen, the Manor Lord will make an example out of you today. You must die. The second mansion master shouted with a thunderous voice that shook the entire Tongxian mansion. His voice was like a great bell that could be heard for thousands of miles. How is this possible? The second mansion master wants to kill Jiang Chen? Gu Maolu looked at Jiang Chen in shock. His strength had reached the Hierarch Realm, but the second mansion master regarded him as a thorn in his side. Who could stop the second mansion master from killing? It's really him. Is he really going to go against Tongxian Mansion? Going against the second mansion master is no different from digging his own grave. Bai Ying frowned. At this moment, they also did not want to see this scene happen. However, the second palace lord's aura was soaring and his sword was pointing at Jiang Chen. This scene made everyone's heart sink. How did the #1 genius of the outer prefecture offend the second palace lord? The second mansion master was going to exterminate a student? Bai Ying and Gu Maolu exchanged glances. Neither of them had expected that the situation would develop to such an extent. Jiang Chen was practically doomed to die. If the second palace master wanted to kill him, who could disobey him? Where did Jiang Chen go when he disappeared? This was the issue that concerned them the most. After all, Jiang Chen could be considered a good friend of theirs. If he was killed by the second palace master just like that, it would be somewhat regrettable. Brother Jiang, could it be that you found out about the second manor lord's secret? That's why the second manor master wants to silence them. Gu Maolu said with an ugly expression. Not necessarily. During the Outer Palace Battle Royale, Jiang Chen had somewhat offended the second mansion master. Killing Chen Long in front of everyone was equivalent to giving the second mansion master a vicious slap. From the looks of it now, the second mansion master should be harboring a grudge in his heart. The enmity between the two of them is definitely not that simple. If it wasn't for the deep enmity between them, why would the second mansion master use his status to attack a genius disciple of the Outer Palace? Bai Ying shook his head and said. At this moment, the people in the Outer Palace of Tongxian Mansion, those who came from the same place as Jiang Chen, silently watched the scene. They felt sorrow and despair for Jiang Chen. Dong Huang Tai A, Amo Kihan, Lu Dong, and Zi Shi were all present. Jiang Chen felt pity for Jiang Chen. He clenched his fists and felt sorry for Jiang Chen. However, they could not do anything. Jiang Chen's early Hierarch realm was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the second mansion master. They were not even at the Hierarch realm. They could not even be considered as cannon fodder. Little Chenzi. Yan Qingqing silently watched the scene. Her heart was tightly squeezed together. She could only pray silently. She saw Shersan. Shersan's strength had already reached the late hierarch realm. However, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the second mansion master's strength. Shersan's strength had already reached the late hierarch realm. Yan Qingqing had also broken through to the hierarch realm. As long as Jiang Chen took action, she would not hesitate to rush forward. Regardless of life or death, success or failure, she would stay with him. She would not separate from him even if she died. You want to go against me with your strength? Ridiculous. Tongxian Mansion has stood strong for millions of years. Do you really think a few thieves can go against it? The second mansion master sneered disdainfully. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Shuel Yang, Qian Renji, Bing Yun, and the 8 hierarch realm experts appeared behind him. Master Ji? Even you want to betray Tongxian Mansion? Second mansion master Lang Lang stared at Qian Renji and said, I only know that Tongxian Mansion did not care about me when I was facing death. The third elder did not care about me. It was my student, Jiang Chen, who saved me. Qian Renji shook her head and sighed. Many people's hearts turned cold. Countless disciples of the profound connection divine palace looked at her silently. Even teacher Ji had changed sides? Did Jiang Chen really want to go against the second mansion master and become the enemy of Tongxian Mansion? Fine. Today, I will let you know the consequences of betraying me. All of you must die. Second mansion master said coldly. It's still uncertain who will die. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Today, I will let you know that you will regret offending me. Long Shersan. Long Shersan said while gritting his teeth. The peerless divine staff in his hand was ready to strike. Behind the second mansion master, several figures appeared. The third mansion master, Lin Yukong, and more than 10 elders were all above the middle hierarch realm. Among them Lin Yukong the great elder, and the second elder had reached the peak of the late hierarch realm. Needless to say, the third mansion master was also a half-step divine emperor and was not much weaker than the second mansion master. Second brother, this guy really dares to go against Tongxian Mansion. Looks like we have underestimated him. The third mansion master sneered. They're just clowns. Don't make a fuss. Do they think they can fight against me with just a few useless soldiers? What a joke. Second mansion master shook his head. Second brother, looks like we have to clean up the house. Of course we have to kill the traitors. Otherwise, others will think that Tongxian Mansion has fallen. All of them must die. The third mansion master said coldly. I could have left, but you almost tortured my brother to death. I, Jiang Chen, can't take this lying down. Today, I will make you pay even if I have to risk my life. No one can touch my brother, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He turned into a terrifying sword rain and soared into the sky with unparalleled battle intent. They must fight to the death in today's battle. Moreover, the people behind him were not easy to deal with. This time, he must deal a heavy blow to Tongxian Mansion. You've made a big mistake by not leaving. Otherwise, you might still have a chance to live. But now, even a fly will not fly out of my Tongxian Mansion. Accept your death. You have no other choice. Monkey, we must take revenge. Chapter 3060. With a brother like this, what more could I ask for? Long Shersan looked at Jiang Chen with a determined look. The two of them would rush up to the 9 heavens and destroy the Tongxian Mansion. To vent their hatred. Ha ha ha. What a joke. You're just a grain of rice and you dare to compete with the moon. You're overestimating yourself. The second mansion master sneered. His eyes were cold and murderous like 1,000-year ice. Bastard! Give me your life. Long Shersan stepped on the clouds and soared up to the sky. He held the peerless divine staff in his hand. Everyone was shocked by his unparalleled might. Even Shuel Yang was shocked. He admitted that he was no match for Long Shersan. Jiang Chen's brother was really terrifying. His strength was unparalleled and unparalleled. With the peerless divine staff in his hand, the world was his. In an instant, the shadows of the staff danced in the sky. The battle saint technique was earth-shattering. The experts from all directions were shocked. The second mansion master did not hold back. The might of a half-step divine emperor was not something an ordinary person could achieve. An emperor realm expert was a supreme expert even in the central region divine land. In a blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting. Waves of terrifying wind swept across the sky. The entire Tongxian mansion seemed to be shaking. Long Xueqi was fighting against a half-step divine emperor as a late hierarch. Many people were stunned. Even the experts from Tongxian mansion could not believe it. They were also late hierarch realm experts, but their chances of winning against Long Xueqi was almost zero. Lin Yokong's face was solemn. However, he did not dare to be careless this time. As a member of Tongxian mansion, he had to take care of the Tongxian mansion. If someone wanted to mess up the Tongxian mansion, he would not stand by and do nothing. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He did not show any weakness and rushed up to the 9 heavens. At this moment, his sword was filled with killing intent. "I'll fight you," the third prefecture master sneered. Jiang Chen wanted to help Long Xueqi, but the third prefecture master, who was far away in the void, did not give Jiang Chen the chance to do so. The third mansion master could tell that Jiang Chen was the core of the group. Although his strength was only at the early stage hierarch realm, he was able to make a late stage hierarch realm surrender to him. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Even Qian Renji had joined his side, which was a great humiliation for Tongxian mansion. Another half-step deity emperor. The third mansion master might not be as strong as the second mansion master, but he was still a half-step divine emperor expert. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. No ordinary hierarch expert could bully him no matter how weak he was. Moreover, he was one of the mansion masters of Tongxian mansion. How could the third mansion master be a nobody? All right. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth became colder. At this moment, the third mansion master's attack was coming towards him. The silver serpent halberd pierced through the void with a soaring battle intent. The third mansion master's aura pierced through the 9 heavens, aiming at Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword intent buzzed. The heaven-splitting sword swept across. The sword soul also let out a series of explosive sounds at this moment. The sword soul returned. Jiang Chen's sword aura became even more ferocious. However, he did not dare to be careless at this moment. He used all his skills. The limitless sword broke through the void, using defense as offense. Jiang Chen's sword and the third mansion master's silver serpent halberd clashed against the 9 heavens. The sound of metal clashing was accompanied by the power of thunder. Jiang Chen was eventually suppressed by the third mansion master. The silver serpent halberd danced wildly in the sky. Its aura was strong and terrifying. After all, the third mansion master was a half-step divine emperor expert. Even though Jiang Chen used all his skills, he still could not gain the upper hand against the third mansion master. Moreover, his dragon transformation body was also suppressed. After all, the gap between the two of them was too huge. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the early hierarch realm. He might not be afraid of fighting against a peak late hierarch realm expert, but to be able to remain undefeated in the face of a half-step divine emperor expert was really shocking. The third mansion master's attack was swift and fierce. His aura was peerless, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Jiang Chen seemed to be in a mess, but he was actually orderly. Although the third mansion master's attack was extremely terrifying, Jiang Chen was still able to stabilize his body. At least, he was undefeated. However, once he was suppressed, he would be in a miserable state. Not bad, to be able to withstand my attack. Kid, you've surprised me. The third mansion master sneered and said. His attack did not slow down at all, instead, it was even stronger. Under the strong attack, Jiang Chen was already a little tired from dealing with the attacks. However, it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Chen. The limitless sword was displayed a few times, forcing the third mansion master to defend against it. Jiang Chen's recovery ability was extremely heaven-defying. In addition to his defense, the third mansion master was extremely furious at that moment. In Jiang Chen's eyes, his attack seemed to be lacking momentum. The third mansion master had given Jiang Chen a lot of pressure. However, Jiang Chen's ability to withstand the pressure was too strong. The battle between Long Xueqi and the second mansion master was extremely fierce. It was not easy for Long Xueqi to withstand the second mansion master's pressure with his late hierarch realm technique. The peerless divine staff kept striking the void while the second mansion master looked calm. He was extremely calm when fighting against Long Xueqi. However, Long Shersan's peerless divine staff shocked the world again and again. No one dared to imagine that this was an attack from a late hierarch realm expert. The battle saint technique was unparalleled in the world. His battle intent soared to the heavens and broke through 10,000 caddies. Long Shersan's eyes were filled with endless anger. He had been tortured by the second mansion master for 100 years. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he might have fallen into the cycle of reincarnation and disappeared from this world. After regaining his freedom, the rage and battle intent of Long Shersan skyrocketed, causing the second mansion master to feel pressured. An ordinary late hierarch realm expert could be easily killed by him. Old fart, take this. Long Shersan's battle intent soared to the heavens. The battle saint technique had increased his strength to another level. The second mansion master, who was a half-step divine emperor, was also extremely angry. This fellow was like a war machine. He did not know how to defend himself at all. He only attacked and attacked. Even the second mansion master was extremely angry. It seemed that if he did not teach him a lesson, he would really think that his strength was enough to turn the situation around. Reckless fool! I will refine you sooner or later. The second mansion master roared and charged towards Long Shersan. He was not afraid at all and displayed the peerless majesty of a half-step divine emperor. The second mansion master's iron fists swung around with enough strength to destroy the heavens. Both of their figures clashed continuously. The intensity of the battle left everyone speechless. However, the second mansion master's strength had just been revealed. Everyone could see that the second mansion master was just debating with Long Shersan. He had not shown his true strength yet. Even so, being able to fight against a half-step divine emperor with a late hierarch realm cultivation was shocking and frightening. Jiang Chen, let me help you. Xueqi took action and was ready to join the battle. However, he was stopped by Lin Yukong. If you want to fight, you have to go through me first. Chapter 3061. Very well, I'll kill you first. Xueqi was not in a hurry as he started to fight with Lin Yukong. The battle between the two late hierarch experts was extremely exciting. Everyone in the Tongxian mansion was paying attention to the terrifying battle. All of them were hierarch experts. The divine king experts could not help at all. The great elder of the Tongxian mansion looked solemn as he looked at Qian Renji and the others with cold eyes. He was ready to fight at any time. Qian Renji, you traitor. The Tongxian mansion has never mistreated you. How dare you go against the Tongxian mansion? You deserve death. Qian Renji sneered and said with a gloomy face. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The third elder has abandoned me. Is this how the Tongxian mansion treats a teacher who has served them for millions of years? I have already died once. I am not afraid of death. However, the one who pushed me into the abyss was the third elder of the Tongxian mansion, and the one who saved me was Jiang Chen. You are a stubborn and wicked person. You have betrayed the Tongxian mansion. Kill her without mercy. The great elder shouted angrily. The 10 great elders behind him also rushed towards the void, trying to kill Qian Renji. At this moment, the 8 great elders of the Lihuan sect did not hold back and were ready to fight to the death with the Tongxian mansion. They were restricted by Jiang Chen. If they did not fight to the death, they would never be able to reincarnate. They would rather die than suffer such pain. Hun Qinsua, it's you? You are all from the Lihuan sect. Could it be that Jiang Chen is colluding with the Lihuan sect? Is Hun Wanshan here too? The great elder was shocked when he saw the elder of the Lihuan sect, Hun Qinsua, who had fought with him a few million years ago. Time waits for no one. The Lihuan sect no longer exists. The sect lord of the Lihuan sect has returned to the earth. Now, we will only follow Jiang Chen. Hun Qinsua said in a deep voice. Fine, fine, fine. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish. He's just a hierarch brat. I don't know why you chose to follow a trash like him. It's ridiculous, shameful and pathetic. Ha ha! The great elder roared. His heart was burning with anger. He never thought that this little bastard would actually summon so many experts to attack the Tongxian mansion. It seemed that he was well prepared. The great elder led everyone to attack Hun Qinsua and the others. Qian Renji was not willing to be outdone. She was prepared to fight to the death with her former colleagues. However, there were more hierarch experts in the Tongxian mansion. In the blink of an eye, the inner disciples of the Tongxian mansion, Teachers and the deacons of the Tongxian mansion swarmed towards the Tongxian mansion. The scale of victory seemed to have tilted towards the Tongxian mansion side. Countless disciples were extremely shocked. Thousands of Divine King Realm disciples of the Tongxian mansion were silently watching the scene. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen, who was on the same level as them 100 years ago, would stand on the opposite side of the Tongxian mansion after 100 years? Moreover, he was so terrifying. There were a few late hierarch experts around him in such a powerful formation. It was truly unbelievable. This Jiang Chen is really terrifying. He can actually mobilize so many experts to fight for him. He's really not simple. That's right. It's hard for us to catch up to him. During the Battle of Outer Prefecture, he was the only one who stood out and took the lead. Even Qianlong was killed by him. It seems like we have underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. You can't judge a book by its cover. He's a real expert. But I think he's a little too arrogant. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Tongxian mansion. The Tongxian Club has been standing in the Fengyin County for so many years. It's not something that an early hierarch kid can shake. That's true. Jiang Chen is quite talented. Unfortunately, he's too arrogant. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Tongxian mansion. Let's just wait and see how he'll be suppressed by the second and third prefecture lords. He's destined to fall in the Tongxian mansion. Many of the outer disciples of the Tongxian mansion snorted. None of them were optimistic about Jiang Chen's decision. Because Jiang Chen was going to face the entire Tongxian mansion. How strong was he? Could he really change his fate? Anyway, they didn't believe it. Although he was talented, it was impossible for him to go against the Tongxian mansion. How could a puny early hierarch like him shake the foundation of the Tongxian mansion? Although Jiang Chen had found a lot of helpers, how many of them could really fight? It was almost impossible for him to win against the second and third prefecture lords, who were both half-step divine emperors. This was no different from courting death. Jiang Chen really didn't know what this guy was thinking. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be such a brainless guy despite his great talent. There are so many hierarch experts here. Jiang Chen is going to lose. Bai Ying sighed. He and Gu Maolu didn't want to see such a scene. However, Jiang Chen's strength was insignificant at this moment. Wasn't he courting death if he compared himself to the Tongxian mansion? Who in the entire Xingyin County would dare to go against the Tongxian mansion? Jiang Chen had to pay the price for his arrogance. Hundreds of hierarch experts joined hands once again. Jiang Chen would be in a difficult situation again until he was completely crushed by the second prefecture lord. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, why are you so stubborn? Why do you have to go against the second prefecture lord? Sigh. Gu Maolu couldn't do anything about it. With their current strength, they couldn't change the outcome of the battle. All he could do was sigh for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's talent was enough to make him a true elite in the inner palace. However, he chose a path of no return. Sigh. It's such a pity. Jiang Chen is a genius. Why does he have to seek his own death? Zixi face was filled with helplessness and bitterness. It could be said that all of them who came from Lone Dragon County were indebted to Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's strong suppression, they might not even have the chance to cultivate. Jiang Chen had done too much for them. Is Jiang Chen really going against the Tongxian mansion? How could he be a match for the Tongxian mansion? Chapter 3062. This might be Jiang Chen. His brother, Long Shersan, must have a deep grudge against the second mansion master. This might be the reason why there's such a terrifying battle. Amo Kahan said in a low voice. His heart was filled with guilt. If his strength had reached the hierarch realm, he would have taken action without hesitation. However, he was useless now. Even if he joined the battle, he would only be a cannon fodder. He was not afraid of death, but it would be stupid if he died for nothing. Lu Dong also looked at Amo Kihan. Both of them knew Jiang Chen the best. If it was not for Jiang Chen, they would not even have the chance to enter the divine world. It was fate. However, in the end, Jiang Chen did something that made them sigh. Would Tongxian Mansion lose? Could Jiang Chen rise and defeat the second mansion master, third mansion master, and the hundreds of hierarch realm experts? There was no need for them to explain the answer. It was already known to everyone. Tongxian Mansion had many opponents, but none of them dared to fight against Tongxian Mansion. However, Jiang Chen dared to fight against the heavens. His majestic aura was something that they could never achieve in their lives. However, in the eyes of many, Jiang Chen was just trying to hit a rock with an egg. His death might be more thought-provoking. Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with anxiety. With hundreds of Hierarch Realm experts joining the battle, Jiang Chen's situation would become even more dangerous. However, Jiang Chen was not panicking. He looked at the hundreds of Hierarch Realm experts and the corner of his mouth became colder. Those who block me die. Jiang Chen's sword of solitude was unleashed. 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards descended from the sky. All of them were late Hierarch Realm experts. Their momentum was incomparably great. Even the hundreds of Hierarch Realm experts were shocked when they saw the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Jiang Chen's sword of solitude commanded the dragon cavalry heavenly guards to rush out and attack the hundreds of Hierarch Realm experts. In an instant, the hundreds of Hierarch Realm experts were scattered by the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Jiang Chen's peerless appearance once again shocked everyone. What a terrifying dragon knight. He's even more ferocious than our mentors. That's right. These dragon knights are all puppets. This is simply unbelievable. This Jiang Chen, no wonder he's so confident. He's prepared for this. These 7 dragon knights are probably capable of defeating hundreds of Hierarch Realm experts. The dragon cavalry heavenly guards' dragon prestige was unparalleled. It was not a problem for them to fend off hundreds of early and middle Hierarch Realm experts. They even formed a crushing momentum, causing the entire Tongxian mansion to be in an uproar. Limitless sword. 10th sword. Jiang Chen's sword skill was like a hook, invincible. The shadow of the sword filled the air. The 3rd palace lord swept across the void with his silver serpent halberd, not giving Jiang Chen any chance. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen once again displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique. It could be said that he had used all his skills. At this moment, he was gradually gaining a firm foothold in the battle against the 3rd Mansion Master. The 3rd Mansion Master's attacks were getting more and more difficult to take down Jiang Chen. Sky-splitting sky snake. Sky-white snake shadows filled the void. Jiang Chen was pushed back by the sky-white sky snake shadows. The 10th sword's attacks were not enough to push the 3rd Mansion Master back. Moreover, the 3rd Mansion Master's aura was getting stronger. 11th sword. Jiang Chen's attacks were fierce and his sword momentum was extraordinary. If it was an ordinary peak Hierarch Realm expert, he would have been defeated by him. However, the 3rd Mansion Master was an expert who had surpassed the Emperor Realm. Even if he was far from the Divine Emperor Realm, the Emperor Realm was still not to be underestimated. The 11th sword was like thousands of swords returning to their origin, intertwining with the silver-white snake shadows. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. He had already started to set up a formation. To defeat the 3rd Mansion Master, he must display the Ashura sword formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat him. With his current strength, he could only display the 11th sword. If he displayed the 13th sword, he might have a chance. However, although he had comprehended the 13th sword, he could not display it. That was because Jiang Chen was in the void at that time. Therefore, his sword momentum could be displayed. It was a state of nothingness that surpassed the Great Path and was different from reality. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only display the 11th sword. However, the 11th sword was still inadequate to fight against the 3rd Mansion Master. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. With his supreme sword essence, he forced the 3rd Mansion Master to retreat. However, the 3rd Mansion Master was not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen could only settle for the next best thing. As long as he could not be defeated, it would be fine. I'm counting on you, Fire Qilin. Block him for me. I only need half an hour. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said. He once again forced the 3rd Mansion Master to retreat. However, he was in a dangerous situation. All right. The Fire Qilin did not say anything as he knew his duty. If Jiang Chen died, he would not be able to live either. He and Jiang Chen shared the same fate. The Fire Qilin's strength had reached the peak middle Hierarch realm. Ordinary late Hierarch realm experts would not be a problem for him. He might even be able to fight against a peak Hierarch realm expert. However, it was unknown how long he could last. Jiang Chen knew that it was hard for the Fire Qilin to face the 3rd Mansion Master's attacks. However, he needed time to set up a formation. Half an hour would be enough. It all depended on whether the fire Qilin could complete his task. It's a fire Qilin? Ha ha ha, second brother has the spiritual stone monkey to tame. Then, I'll tame this fire Qilin for fun. The third mansion master laughed out loud. A divine beast like the fire Qilin was quite rare. Even a divine dragon might not be rare. At this moment, the third mansion master did not expect Jiang Chen to have such a trick up his sleeves. The fire Qilin's strength was not bad. It had already reached the peak middle hierarch realm. As long as the third mansion master took care of it, it would definitely be a great help to him. It would not be a problem for it to become his mount. However, Jiang Chen did not deserve to have a fire Qilin. He was also very surprised. He did not expect that Jiang Chen could make the fire Qilin, who was stronger than him, submit to him. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was quite capable. However, in the eyes of the third mansion master, the fire Qilin was already his exclusive property. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. 108 primordial divine tools were displayed at this moment. The Ashura sword formation was quickly formed in his hands. However, to the fire Qilin, the time it took for half an incense stick to burn was too long. The might of a half-step divine emperor was not something that the fire Qilin could withstand. The fire Qilin's attacks were all hit by the third mansion master's attacks. He was completely in a passive position. Resisting with all his might would only make things more difficult for him. His chances of survival were extremely slim. Fortunately, the third mansion master did not intend to kill the fire Qilin. Otherwise, the fire Qilin would have been dead by now. Motherfucker, hold on. Fire Qilin, looks like I'll have to use the thing I prepared for the second mansion master on you. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. 3 types of red, yellow, and blue lightning appeared in his hands. The heavenly thunder rumbled and shook the surroundings. At this moment, Jiang Chen was finally going to fuse the lightning and get ready to fight the third mansion master. Although the Ashura sword formation was not completed yet, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. This time, he would make the third mansion master pay. Chapter 3063. The tricolored heavenly lightning continued to converge together. The lightning energy in Jiang Chen's palm was getting more and more terrifying. When the 3 types of heavenly lightning were about to fuse together, that kind of dreadfulness was unimaginable to ordinary people. What is he doing? Is that the sky lightning? Is he able to control the sky lightning? No wonder he wasn't affected by the sky lightning at the lightning gathering peak. No. Is he trying to fuse the 3 sky lightning together? Gosh, this Jiang Chen is a lunatic. He is playing with fire. Once the heavenly lightnings fuse, the energy that will erupt is simply not something that an ordinary person can withstand. Furthermore, I have never heard of heavenly lightnings being able to fuse together. This guy is truly tired of living. Is he trying to perish together with the third mansion master? The students of Tongxian Mansion were in an uproar. Even the second mansion master squinted his eyes at Jiang Chen. Did this guy really dare to fuse the 3 sky lightning together? This was unbelievable. The sky lightning was the most terrifying lightning punishment between the heavens and earth. It was born out of the will of the heavens and earth. It was extremely fierce, violent, and ruthless. It was almost impossible to fuse the sky lightning together. No one had ever attempted it before, because those who had tried had all died and vanished from the world. Damn it, what is this guy doing? Can the sky lightning be fused too? The third mansion master stared at Jiang Chen. However, in an instant the 3 different sky lightning, which were incomparably violent, were actually fused together. The terrifying destructive energy had completely fused into one. A 5-colored lightning halo rotated continuously in Jiang Chen's hand, like a lightning ball that could explode at any time. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light as he stared at the third mansion master. Accept the judgment of death. Jiang Chen sneered. The terrifying lightning ball gradually formed in his hand and was thrown towards the third mansion master at a strange speed. The injured fire Qilin was sucked into the Zulong Tower by Jiang Chen. The third prefecture master's pupils shrunk as he squinted his eyes. Of course, he knew how terrifying the lightning ball was. However, he was a half-step divine emperor after all. Facing such a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning, the third prefecture master still managed to remain calm. Heavenly Snake's Wrath. The third mansion master held his silver serpent halberd and slashed towards the incoming lightning ball. However, he had underestimated the terrifying lightning ball. In an instant, the The third mansion master's silver serpent halberd was turned into dust by the lightning explosion. His figure was also pushed back by the terrifying lightning. The five-colored lightning ball was like a death lotus that bloomed. Everyone around was affected and kept retreating. The third mansion master, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, was heavily injured by the death lotus. Even though he had used all his skills and managed to escape from the desperate situation, it was undeniable that the third mansion master was severely injured by Jiang Chen. The terrifying sky lightning fusion had everyone trembling in fear and shocked them to the extreme. Jiang Chen was only an early-stage hierarch, yet he was able to fight against a half-step divine emperor and even severely injure him. Who could believe that? The terrifying five-colored lightning blossomed in the sky like a beautiful lotus of death. Who could believe that even the third palace master would be so afraid of it as if it was a tiger? Anyone below the half-step divine emperor realm would definitely die from the blooming death lotus. Even the late hierarch realm elders like Lin Yukong and the others were speechless. They thought that the talented young man was only not bad. However, even the third mansion master was severely injured by him. What kind of experience was that? It felt like a lifetime ago. If they were to face Jiang Chen, they would have been killed by him. We can't let this young man live. Lin Yukong squinted his eyes and was shocked. This young man was too terrifying. He did not put anyone in his eyes. However, he did have the ability to look down on everyone. Those Divine King realm experts who thought that Jiang Chen was digging his own grave were completely dumbfounded. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Without reaching Jiang Chen's realm, they would not know how strong Jiang Chen was. The fusion of lightning had taught everyone a lesson. They felt the fear that Jiang Chen brought to them. Those who looked down on Jiang Chen kept their mouths shut. Because Jiang Chen, who had severely injured the third mansion master, had given everyone a slap in the face. The third mansion master's clothes were torn, his hair was messy, and his face was extremely gloomy. He had underestimated Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus and Jiang Chen's means. He thought that an early-stage hierarch would not be able to defeat him. However, he was wrong. Very wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Jiang Chen's power had reached a level where he could balance him. This was the reason why he was so proud. The third mansion master's strength had been greatly suppressed. After being severely injured, he could not recover in a short period of time. Not everyone had Jiang Chen's myriad qi body. Jiang Chen had consumed nearly 60% of his strength after fusing with the three heavenly lightnings. In addition to the Ashura sword formation, he had also consumed a lot of his strength. From the third mansion master's point of view, Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Chen's fatal blow did not kill him, so it was time for him to fight back. You should be proud of yourself for injuring me. However, boy, you can't kill me. Now your time is up. Let me end you. The third mansion master sneered. Although the silver serpent halberd in his hand had turned into dust, his strength was still there. He threw a punch that shook the mountains and rivers. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen was on the verge of death. Although his previous scene had shocked everyone, he still could not escape from the third mansion master's attack. Such a fate might be the best ending for Jiang Chen. However, just as the third prefecture lord was about to rush towards Jiang Chen, something strange happened. Jiang Chen moved his palm and the sword rose up into the sky. 108 origin divine tools flew up into the sky and trapped the third prefecture lord within it. That kind of mightiness shocked the world. The entire Tongxian mansion was in an uproar. 108 primordial divine tools. It was unknown whether all the experts in Tongxian mansion had that many primordial divine tools. However, Jiang Chen, an early hierarch boy, had so many primordial divine tools and could even gather them into a formation. The terrifying formation instantly trapped the third mansion master. The third mansion master's facial expression changed drastically. The formation was formed by the gathering of 108 primordial divine tools. The terrifying pressure of the divine tools made him feel like he was going to die if he was still in his peak condition. However, he was only left with 40 to 50% of his strength. He immediately faced the terrifying sword formation with a serious expression. How many more tricks does this guy have? Yeah, it's unbelievable. How did he get so many primordial divine tools? There's only one explanation. He's a master of craftsmanship. Otherwise, not even the treasury of Tongxian Mansion could have so many primordial divine tools. Jiang Chen's sword formation once again shocked everyone. No one could believe that Jiang Chen had so many primordial divine tools. Those Divine King Realm students instantly felt inferior when compared to Jiang Chen. 100 years ago, they were still at the same level. However, Jiang Chen had now become a peerless expert who could compete with Tongxian Mansion. Such a difference made them feel extremely unbalanced. Ashura sword formation. Kill without mercy. Bastard. I'll sacrifice you to my sword today. Then, I'll kill the second mansion master. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.